of the blue of the western sky comes
Runway DFW.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Well, hello everyone. Good afternoon. It's your fly guy, your plane pal, your aviation amigo, your man with a camera, your septuagenarian streamer. It's Walt. We're here at Runway DFW, DFW International Airport, Founders Plaza, our home away from home, the friendly confines, where we just brought you the takeoff of American Flight 61 off to Narita, Japan, a 787-9 Dreamliner. So we are here with all sorts of good stuff this afternoon. What else? What have we got here? Let's see what's on the agenda. We had Qantas arriving from Melbourne. We'll play that back for you. We should be seeing at least a couple of 747 cargo planes of the Cargo Lux variety, and maybe a China Airlines as well. We've got Finnair Flight 19 coming in from Helsinki a little later this afternoon, about an hour and a half, 90 minutes from now. So all sorts of stuff. Stick with us this afternoon. Welcome to Runway DFW. Well, it's Saturday. It is March the 4th, 2023. It's officially our first broadcast of the new month. We were here on the last day of February just for, well, I think we were packing up at that hour. I think we went off the air just before February ended here in the central part of the USA. Well, we've got a beautiful day. It's a little windier than I anticipated, but it's 79 degrees here at the start of March. Nothing to complain about there. And so let's get on with it. Let's see what we got going on here. We've got American Flight 2357 coming in from Denver, Colorado. Our first arrival on Runway DFW. The wind is blowing steadily from the south this afternoon. It's 16 miles an hour, it says here. So that means we've got south flow. I mean, the planes are landing from the north and taking off toward the south. So it's our best look at the action that this airport can offer. Next to arrive is American Eagle Flight 3555 from Corpus Christi. It'll be in Embraer 175. I'll have to talk about our position this afternoon. We're not at our favored position along the northeastern part of the horseshoe here at Founders Plaza. That was all taken up by parked cars when I got here about an hour or 90 minutes ago. And I thought, well, I can drive around till it opens up, or I can just settle in and make sure everything works. So that's what I elected to do. So we're here where we normally are in the mornings and the evenings, just north of the UPS cargo operations. There you see a glorious MD-11 parked right in front of us. There's another one to the right of us. I can't remember. I think we might see those in action on Sunday, but on a Saturday, I think they are immobile. So we can look at them. They're pretty, but don't think we'll see any in action this afternoon on Runway DFW. And there's kind of the broad overlook of where we are here at Founders Plaza. We've got a 737-800 coming in from Hayden, Colorado. It's flight 2616 American Airlines. It is. And that'll be our next arrival right here on Runway DFW. And as soon as things slow down a bit, I'll hop over to the board where everybody's checking in. So anyway, we don't get as good a look here of the planes as they come in from the northern sky. Our view is a little more obstructed, but we have a fine view of them landing and taking off from Founders Plaza, for which we give thanks every time we're here to DFW Airport for providing us with this glorious spot to watch planes. As long as they don't turn on the sprinklers. And we've been sprinklered at this very location on several occasions. So, well, let's see who is here today. Roger Scott says, hello all. Hey there, Roger. Plane Dude wants to know, are we streaming on the 8th? We don't know. The 8th is far in the future for Runway DFW. So we just kind of take it day by day. We look at the weather. We usually know about a day or two ahead of time. So just watch our channel. We'll figure it out for you. Our friend Chuck Tolsma is here. Where'd my mouse go? There you are. Hello, Chuck. Happy to see you. Making model airplanes says hi. Iota Stoblin says, looks like you have a beautiful day there, as I have the same down here in Houston. Yeah, it's a wonderful spring-like winter day. Ralph Reif says, hi Walt, hope you're having a good day. So far, everything is just hunky-dory, as the youngsters say. And our great Maud Gerard, who you see often on airplane-related channels. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, very warm welcome to today's live stream with the one and only amazing, always friendly, world-famous Walt Torgo. A lot of that I would contend with the accuracy, but it's a nice thought. Thank you, Gerard. Josh Aldridge says, a sea of American planes here. Yes, this is for those of you who are new to Runway DFW, this is the home base of American Airlines, and so 85% of the passenger traffic or thereabouts is American or American Eagle.
American 2195, clear to land.
Barbara M says lower 80s Fahrenheit today and tomorrow.
Right, American 2195.
That's virtually hot, I would say. Arya's World says hello. We say hello as well to Jane Lilo. Hi Walt, did you hear about the thunderstorm? Well, I hope there's no thunderstorms today. The skies are perfectly clear, but we did have some bad weather earlier this week. Indeed. In fact, where I used to live in a place called Pilot Point, just less than a mile from where I used to live, the roof of a supermarket was blown off I don't know if they've classified it as a tornado or if it was just straight line winds, but there was that. We had a lot of delays here at the two Dallas airports as well earlier in the week. Vince, Las Vegas, lovely afternoon at the big airport. Greetings all. Hello to you, Vince. Always nice to see you aboard. Did we say hello to Josh Aldrich?
Go Alpha, hold start at 1.
Hello, Josh Aldrich. And I hope I haven't missed anybody. Dwayne C. It's a beautiful afternoon in the DFW Metroplex. And Kevin Kelly says, yes, it is beautiful. And hello, Ms. Wolves 13. One of our moderators says, hello, everyone. We're so glad to have you here with us this afternoon. Okay. I think I've kind of caught up, as we'll check in with you guys throughout the afternoon, but we've got a plane getting ready to take off here. It's American Flight 1111. And is that the one we're going to see first? We've got American 1111 that's going out to
RNAV Larry and 1 left, clear for takeoff, American 2315.
Toronto. We have another flight that's going out to Salt Lake City, but I think this one is the first in order. If I'm not mistaken, this is flight 2350 to Mexico City.
Wait, the one left, American 1426. Crowd 1 left. 21.
All right, what do we got next on the agenda? I do believe.
Good day, American 2350.
Is this A321. It's flight 1456. This is headed to Salt Lake City.
Be parked, take off 1 left, American 1456.
There you see the hazy skyline of Dallas, not Fort Worth. Fort Worth's in the other direction, Walt, but that is Dallas in the background, way in the background there, behind the East Tower at DFW Airport. It's the first Saturday we've been out here in a little while. And I'm going to kind of miss seeing some of the staples that we get on a Sunday, because we've been out here on Sunday the last couple of weeks. On Sunday we get to see Air France and Lufthansa. And those two airlines do not fly in here on Saturday. Still got an A319
1456, good day, sir.
waiting for arrival. That's the flight 1111, which is going to Toronto. That's it there. And as I said, there is some wind here today to contend with, so I think we'll be okay. As long as they don't turn the sprinklers on. We've got really blue skies today. Do I see any clouds? No, I do not. Not a one. Trying to see if we can see a flag from here that would give you an indication of the wind. Okay, we're going to point our camera to the east so you can see that the wind is blowing smartly from the south, or south-southeast perhaps, or south-southwest.
We're starting it right now, thank you.
It's that creaky noise you hear. That is the sound of me adjusting our camera 2 tripod to give you a look at the east control tower from our secondary camera. There goes a plane taking off from the east side of the airport. That was American Flight 9947 to Dayton, Ohio. American Eagle Flight 9947 to CRJ 700. Well, it's kind of quieted down here all of a sudden. We're still waiting on this Salt Lake bound plane, Flight 1111, to get clearance for takeoff. Over there on the east side, we're about to see the arrival of Delta Flight 738 coming in from Los Angeles. That's going to be an A320. Perhaps we'll try to take a gander at that for you. Through the use of our tri-camera technology. There's a look at Founders Plaza there in the foreground, or a portion of it. Lots of folks out here today. The parking area is pretty much... Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Haven't seen you in a while. Well, what you got there? Oh, it's Qantas.
So how you doing today?
I don't think we'll ever see that one here.
So, how you doing today?
I'm doing okay. Huh? Well, it's not as plane spotter friendly as a Sunday is. Sunday's usually a little better day. Yeah, they'll be here. We're talking about Kevin and Rudy, who will be here with Airline Videos Live later this month. Hard to believe it's just around the corner now, at the end of the month. But we'll see you then. So we'll be out here. We'll try to I'm looking for that Delta plane. Oh, there it is. So anyway, this is coming in on the east side. It goes beyond the monument there for Founders Plaza. Coming in from LAX. And yes, if you're a fan of Airline Videos Live, you probably already know that they'll be Kevin and Rudy will be coming out this time for the second visit for Kevin here. He was here in October. And we are ready to welcome him with open arms. Bill Platt, one of our great moderators, says hello to all my lovely DFW folks. Hey there, Bill. So happy to have you here. our friend Tariq D74. Hello, everyone. How you all doing today? And good evening to you all from Pakistan. Patrick Walters says, hello, Walton, everyone. Hope everybody having a great day. Happy Saturday from Luxembourg. And Epic Toastman, who's streaming here just a little while ago. In fact, I thought I was going to see him when I got here, but I didn't. Epic Toastman is here. I didn't get to see too much of his presentation because I had to do some barn chores, and then I had to drive down here, which is about an hour's drive from where I live.
Affirmative. Upweight, 18 left, American left left.
Scrolling through my messages here. Ramanth
Runway
Sidambi.
left, so take off.
Hello, everyone. Beautiful day to watch. Hope I came close to pronouncing your name correctly, Ramanth. Sheriff Andy Taylor is here. Good day to all. I know your name is not Sheriff. That's what I think of when I see it. People of a certain age, when you see the name Andy Taylor, you think of the old Andy Griffith Show. Well, now about to enter your range of vision, there's going to be that Flight 111 we've been talking so much about, that Airbus A319. It is on its way to SLC. And now all things have gone quiet again here at the mighty airport.
Today, 11 left.
There you see a Qatar Airways jet that is parked in the parking lot adjacent to Terminal D. Next to arrive here, we've got two arrivals coming in. One's a bit far off yet. The first one of which we will see is American Flight 2577 coming in from Portland, Oregon. It'll be an Airbus A321, and then behind that, and it looks like it's hard to tell yet whether it's going to be coming in on this side or the east side, but whatever side it comes in on, it'll be American Flight 71 arriving from Frankfurt. And it'll be a Dreamliner 787-9. But first up will be the Portland arrival. Give you another look at the nice crowd here on this very sunny day. We're not pointed that way anymore, but Cindy Clement says, love the tale of Qatar.
2000, fly runway heading for
And as we've
25,
found out on previous occasions, that is an oryx pictured on the tail. An oryx, O-R-Y-X. Annette Catley says, hi to everyone from a cold Yorkshire, England. Well, hope we're not making you jealous. I think we've got a go-round.
American 2577.
Well, that's interesting.
Five 97, 2577.
So that was like 2577 coming in from Portland, which deviated from its scheduled landing. I didn't hear anything on the I mean, there was nothing ahead of it, so it wasn't like it was trying to avoid, I don't think it was trying to avoid anything that might have taken its time to get off the runway. I don't know if it could have, well, anything I say would be speculation. Becky Davies is saying good evening. I'm happy to have you here. Allison Tidy says, very chilly in the southwest of the UK too. Need to oil mid joints. Philip Tovey says, good evening, Runway DFW. Hope you're well today from Warwick in Warwickshire, UK. We have some UK fans here today. So we were waiting, we were hoping to see that plane coming in from Portland landing. It's now circling back to have another try. The next flight on the docket is going to be American Flight 71. This will be the Dreamliner from Frankfurt. So we'll see what happens with that. I hadn't seen it go around in quite a while here. I know there was like a whole rash of them. It was a couple months ago, and like it seemed like every time I came out here there was at least one, and on one occasion there were three. And you know, you never know with the winds. They could have, you know, we've got kind of gusty winds here on the ground, but what's going on in the you know, higher altitudes, you never know. Well, we don't know, but well, here comes the Dreamliner from Frankfurt. It looks like a normal approach so far.
And American 2929 will need a few minutes here after the new round.
So that completes a 9-hour and 51-minute transatlantic journey. Plane dude speculating that it's probably just an unstable approach.
0.85 American 71 Heavy.
Russell Heathcote says, hi all. Cold Lincolnshire, UK near Skeg. Sorry about Skeg. Skeg Vegas.
Alpha Club 20, right, 20 left, 65.
Skeg Vegas. Did I say that right? Rob Blackman says, greetings, Walt and fellow plane sodders. I think you missed a letter there, I hope. And Waters. Haven't seen you in a while, Waters. Evening, Walt. Evening, folks. Nice to have you aboard. Next to arrive here on runway 18 right is going to be American Flight 2593, a 737-800 from Minneapolis, St. Paul. And I should explain for anybody who's just joining us, our view is a little obstructed today of the flights as they come in because I couldn't find a place to park in my normal spot.
25, 37 on a visual 18, right? Land, wind, right?
I would like to thank Sarah Jane as our automated announcement has for a $20, an Australian $20 super chat. Greetings from Brisbane. Have a beer after the stream. Thank you, Sarah Jane. I am not a beer drinker, but those funds will be put to good use here on the channel, I promise you. Still got a couple payments left on our nighttime cameras, so that will go towards that. And I appreciate it very, very much. All right, we've got a bunch of planes getting ready to take off. But meanwhile, let's watch this plane coming in from San Francisco first. And right behind it is going to be flight 2986, American Airlines from San Francisco. Right behind that is the Portland plane that went around. And if you're just joining us, we had a go-round of a plane coming in from Portland, Oregon.
Land, 18 left, clear to take up 96.5. Runway 18 left, 1104.
And there we have another automated acknowledgement of a super chat from Making Model Airplanes. $2 from you. Thank you, Making Model Airplanes. That's very nice. As we welcome Captain Bob to our crew of Runway DFW subscribers.
Echo Alpha, hold short 18 left, American 2986.
Okay, so the Portland flight, again, this is flight 2577, an Airbus A321, which made a little detour on its first approach. It is now coming in for reals. So passengers got a little extra sightseeing in there. We saw just the tail end of that United Flight 1104 going out to Denver, Colorado.
Fortune 1104, see ya.
Flight you just saw going through your screen there was off to McAllen, Texas, in the south part of the state. We have another international arrival next. It's Viva Aerobus arriving from Monterrey in Mexico. The colorful Viva Aerobus, an Airbus A320. Monterrey, not all that far away, just that plane took off an hour and 9 minutes ago. And we are about to bring you its arrival. We're coming to you live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, the DFW Founders Plaza. And Russell saying, I did say it correctly, Walt. It's a holiday town on the east coast of England, and that's its nickname. And it was so long ago that I said it, I don't know if I could say it again correctly, but I'm glad I didn't mangle it too badly. My last name is Zwerko, and I'm very sensitive to correctly pronouncing names and places. Here comes that Viva Aerobus. From Monterrey, and it's also the home of the Mexican Coke that I purchased at Sam's Club last night.
American 433, go ahead.
Mexican Coke is different from American Coke in that it
Ready to go, American 433.
It is made with real actual sugar and not corn syrup.
American 433, we are ready to go. 18 left, RNAV Laren, clear for takeoff, American 433.
Bill Platt says, my OCD can't keep my eyes off that randomly perfect circular puddle of water. Well, that's not actually water. It's an optical illusion. It's a monument for the Alliance of Future Technology. So don't let that get to you. I believe this is American Flight 433. It's headed to Los Angeles. That would be your Airbus A321.
Departure, American 433.
There's a plane parked just out of sight of that shot. The get up with camera 1 here. That appears to be waiting on further instructions because there's no... It is not appearing on my Flight Radar 24, my almost always reliable Flight Radar 24. Bill Platt says the best part about Mexican Coke, besides real sugar, old school glass bottles. Just as different drinking from glass bottles. That is so true. Allison Tidy says we have to pay extra for sugar and drinks in the UK. Sugar tax. Yuck. I really want to go back to England, but you mean you pay less if it has that artificial sweetener in it? Like Diet Coke costs less than Coke?
And Tower American 2929, we are ready to depart.
That doesn't make any sense.
We are American 2929.
Well, I think from what I hear on the...
National Air, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2929.
That's American Flight 2929, I gather. Still not on the radar here, but it'll be going out shortly. Well, here's something for one of our regular viewers, Uncle Car Guy. I don't know if he's on the stream today, but here comes a flight from Indianapolis. That's the home of Uncle Car Guy. And he's always asking, show this flight from Indianapolis if you can. So there it is. So as it turns out, Flight 2929 is off to Midland, Odessa, Texas, if I saw that correctly. And I probably should punch up that camera so you can see it. We'll have another international arrival for you momentarily. It's going to be American Flight 60 from Narita Airport in Tokyo. As we have exhausted our outflow at the current moment.
Over departure, I'm going American 2929.
And you're getting the kind of the overview of our broadcast position from camera 3 today, which is perched on top of the Runway DFW mobile. Raina Taylor joins us. Hello everyone, and Walt, greetings from St. Thomas, but soon headed to St. John's. Flight was a little delayed, but we made it here safely. Yeah, Raina's on vacation. Raina's a regular viewer here. She's a Special Olympics equestrian champion, and she is on a what sounds like it's going to be a really nice vacation with her family. So kind of her to check in with us from the sunny Caribbean. I dare say it's almost as warm here as it is there. I've got 81 in the shade right now. So a beautiful day to watch planes in early March here, our first March broadcast of the year. And again, later this month, we will see Kevin and Rudy coming out here from Airline Videos Live. That is set to happen at the end of the month, last week of the month. Here comes the flight from Narita. That flight clocks in at 10 hours, 22 minutes. And you see there going through the shot some emergency vehicles. They don't have their lights or siren on.
1060 heavy, short of 18 left.
How sunny is it today? So sunny, some people brought their own umbrella for a nice spot on the grass here to watch planes. You see the tail of an MD-11 there in the upper left-hand corner of the screen.
Good land 1 right, 826, thanks. 57, Departure airshow 5767.
Cindy Clements says, I love these behind-the-scenes shots. Well, thank you. I figured out a new way to, I don't know if it's a new way, but a new way to use an old phone. Chris Hayes says, afternoon, Walt. Afternoon, all. And Michelle R.S., another one of our great moderators, says, hi, everyone. I have something to finish. I'll come back in a while. We'll be here for a while, Michelle, so not to worry. We have an arrival to bring you. It's going to be American Flight 826 from Phoenix, Arizona. It'll be in Airbus A321. On a Saturday afternoon edition of Runway DFW, Georgie Papadopoulos. That is the newest subscriber to Runway DFW. We say hello to Ali French, who says, good evening, dearest Walt and all.
Side American 826. Echo Alpha, short of 18 left American 826.
Well, I think this is the first. We have dogs and cats. Our newest subscriber, dogs and cats, or maybe there are multiple subscribers, dogs and cats. Well, we like dogs and cats here at Runway DFW, so.
Alpha, cross 18 left and 0.65 top of the bridge, American 826.
Our cat, who is variously called Mises or Tiger One, says hello to you. And there again is the UPS parking lot, which is quiet on this Saturday afternoon. Well, Bill Chat is chiming in with a contribution that is equivalent to the date. It's $3.04. Thank you, Bill. I don't know how well we can see it today. We've got several people camped out over on the lawn that is adjacent to Founders Plaza. Sitting over there kind of gives you more of a view of the planes as they go right over you. So if you want that plane right over you experience, that's where you can get it. And you might ask, well, why don't you go out there, Walt? Well, it wouldn't be, we wouldn't get quite the same, it's a little harder to film as they go right over you, and I don't think we wouldn't get the same kind of majestic look of the planes as they land. Now, if there were two of me, I could set one out there with an auxiliary camera. That was flight 1670 coming in from Albuquerque, New Mexico. 737-800 was American flight 1670. Our next arrival is going to be another international flight from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, or Paris as they say. It's American flight 49, 787 Dreamliner -9.
Echo Alpha, hold short at 18 left,
Line up and wait. 18 left. Great, 628.
You know, I was kind of pointing the camera over in anticipation of that arrival. It's still a minute away or so, I would say. It's kind of a laid-back afternoon here at the big airport. As that plane is coming in, Spirit Airlines flight something or other. I don't even see it here. But there's a Spirit Airlines plane getting ready to take off on runway 18 left. can see it on camera 2 here momentarily.
PR, line up and wait, 18 left, Spirit 628.
Oh, there's the front of it. That's a fixed camera, so can't zoom over to it.
Lerner, clear for takeoff, 18 left, Spirit wing 628.
That's the flight from Paris. Andrew Neuvelt said earlier today I was watching a live stream from DFW Airport and the host was an 11-year-old boy. And said it's a real articulate kid. Yeah, that is Epic Toast Man. And he is a fellow streamer out here. Epic Toast Man has asked me a few questions along the way. I'm always happy to help out as best I can.
20 left and ground 25, next morning. Have a good day.
But Walt, isn't that competition? And by the way, that was Spirit Airlines Flight 628 off to
28, we'll see ya.
Los Angeles. But no, I don't see Epic Toast Man or OZ Gaming 9. They're both young folks who have a great interest in aviation, and I can't be out here all the time, right? Sometimes our streams kind of overlap or run into one another, which is good for those of you who want to just keep an eye on things here at Runway DFW. So what are we doing now? We're waiting for another flight to arrive. This will be American 1263 coming in from Silao in Mexico. It's Airbus A319 and it's our next arrival on your home for DFW Airport action, Runway DFW. From Founders Plaza. There you see it in the foreground. There's a plane that's really not too far behind that one. It's another A319. It's American Flight 2367 from Santa Ana, California.
Yes, sir, west side, American. Kilo ground, cross 18 left, contact ground American 1263.
I'm going to be jealous now. Josh Aldridge says Oklahoma City has an air-conditioned plane spotting lounge. What? Well, air conditioning would be nice, but I suspect it doesn't quite have the... Can't quite get the panoramic view. I've never been there, so I don't know, but imagine you can't get quite the panoramic view we get here. Unobstructed. Now, if I was in a slightly different position here, You get more or less an unobstructed view of the landings. As I explained a little earlier, we've had to kind of compromise today on our location because it was just so crowded when I got here and I needed a certain amount of time to set up. Dogs and Cats says, my brother Dave is watching. Can you give him a shout out? I will indeed, brother of Dogs and Cats. Hello, Dave. Glad you could catch us today. And Keith B with a question for someone who lives in Texas, which is me. Hey, Walt, how would you describe grits? And I would say I couldn't because I've never had them. You know, when I go to a restaurant for breakfast, you know, you have an option of grits. I just have never ordered it. I've never been inclined. It's not that I have anything against them, but I just never order. So I have no idea what grits taste like. And I've been in Texas now for the better part of my life, so is that weird? I guess. I don't know. I imagine it's something like oatmeal? Or cream of wheat? I don't know. You've called me out on grits. Keith B says, as far as grits go, I love them, but I can't describe them. Well, that's kind of an endorsement then. Keith B is in favor of grits. I'm in favor of airplanes, but we have none arriving right now. Best we can do is an American Eagle flight coming in from Fort Wayne, Indiana, all the way over on the east side. And that's it there. It's way over there. It's an American Eagle flight. If I'm not mistaken, I think I hear frogs croaking way in the background. Now I have headphones on, so I may be mistaken about that. Well, we can't do any plane spotting. Let's do some train spotting. There is the train that goes to and from Fort Worth to the airport. It's only been in operation for, I think, a couple of years now. So there is direct mass transit from the airport to both Fort Worth and Dallas. For some reason, I can't remember what the Fort Worth train is called. The one to Dallas is called DART. Although there is another train which is off the airport grounds. You have to take a bus to get there, and that's called the Trinity Railway Express. All right. It's like we're having a little break here. There should be a plane coming into your view there. It'll be American Airlines Flight 584 to Tucson, Arizona, an Airbus A321. There it is. Flight 584. Yes, planes, trains, and automobiles. I guess we gotta get some. Well, we see automobiles all the time here. Mary Extraordinaire says, uh-oh, where's the audio? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Do you read me? I think the audio's going out. But I never take anything for granted. Robert says, I can tell this isn't Europe, LOL. Yeah, no, not Europe. No. I mean, I don't know how you can tell it's not Europe, but it isn't. You're correct.
Oh, orange tie, pretty.
Uh-huh. Look, there's an airplane.
Arriving now from Monterey is American Flight 1850. It's an Airbus A320.
We are ready, American 554. RNF Flare, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 584.
O'Malley, I'm late. Hi, y'all. There's no late or early here. Gonna pop in when you can. Leave when you must. Come back if possible.
Echo Bravo, shuttle 1 left, American 1850.
There goes the flight to Tucson there, entering your field of vision.
Departure, American 584.
Emery Yurcha says, hey, Walt, can you do OZ Gaming 9's catchphrase during takeoff of the next flight? Well, his catchphrase, as I recall, it has to do with a plane that's landing. And I'm not going to use anybody else's catchphrase. I won't even tell you what it is. But you can watch his show to find it out. O'Malley says, glad to have a stream rolling. Thanks, Walt. Arriving from the City of Angels is this American Airbus A321 Flight 871.
wait up with 45.
Okay, I've got to run and do something technical here.
One side, American.
So I'll leave you with just a bit of music and I'll be right
Somebody stole our call
back.
for American 71. We're in American 71. Echo Alpha, hold Dakota 18 left, right? West, please take off on our way, and I'll put that Aircraft 20 left with you and then ground 25 near 15.
All right, well, I apologize for that interruption. I was trying to do some technical things here to bring you the finest quality images that are possible. Here comes American Flight 353 from Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, an Airbus A321 on runway DFW. That is happening as American Flight 2659, bound for Santa Ana, California, is rolling down the runway on 18 left. I do hear frogs in my headphones. I'm sure that.
Echo Bravo short. That's American 323.
There's a family enjoying a nice afternoon of plane spotting. And as I pan over to the left here, we have which looks to me as though a contingent of bikers, not the motorcycle kind, the pedaling kind, who have stopped by for a respite and enjoying some plane spotting. And they're about to see Delta Flight 424 arriving from Salt Lake City. It's an Airbus A320 coming out of the sky, coming out of the northern sky here at DFW Airport, about to land on runway 18 right. Just under a 2-hour flight from Salt Lake.
Crosswind left of Bravo over to ground.
There is Alaska Airlines plane. It's flight 415. A 737 MAX 9.
Echo off, watch over when you left.
RNAV Park 1 left, clear for takeoff on boy 3932.
For some reason, we don't see too many MAX aircraft here yet. You know, American has some. Pulling out in front there is American Eagle 3932. That one's going to Grand Junction, Colorado.
Left, line of point, American 1873.
That was flight 1174 from Guadalajara, an Airbus A320. The number of syllables in the name of a city has always intrigued me. I used to live in Indianapolis for a while, and a 6-syllable,
probably 124.
a 6-syllable name.
Short one left, call 8, American left 34.
Guadalajara, 5 syllables, I guess.
RNAV B Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1873. Runway 18 left, line 415.
That's American Airlines 1873 going to Wichita, Kansas. That one there. We're going to look at American Flight 1848 coming in from San Francisco. There's going to be an Airbus A321. From the city adjacent to the bay.
Plus one, no call 8.85, American left 34.
Chuck Tolsmith, Robert says Alaska looks out of place, LOL. Ironically enough, Alaska Airlines does not fly to Alaska from here.
We're landing what
Chuck Tolsma says, my clicker wouldn't start working. Delta used to be big here at Terminal E.
Cover takeoff 18 left, Alaska, 450.
Yeah, I remember when Delta was a player here. Delta still does fly here to Atlanta and several other of its hub destinations.
Line up on way 18 left, Roger, American 2747.
Alaska 415, good day.
That Spirit flight came in from Los Angeles on that A320N Neo. Spirit flight 868. There's American flight 2747. It's an Airbus A321. It's going to the city adjacent to the bay. Where have we heard that before?
Land, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 2747.
So we're just hanging out here on a Saturday afternoon. And I know for some of you it's another day part, evening over in Europe, and I have no idea what it is over in Pakistan. Let me look at my international clock here. Well, it's 2:23 a.m. in Mumbai, 7:53 in Sydney, just before 9 o'clock in London. You headed out?
No.
What? Oh.
So, subscribe.
Oh, lots of folks.
Really?
Good day, American 2740.
Well, let's poke our heads over to the other side of the airport for the arrival of Contour Aviation Flight 3551. It's an Embraer 145 LR. Coming in from Waynesville. Now, if you were to ask me, Walt, where is Waynesville? What state is that in? And I would have to tell you, I do not know. That's in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, Waynesville is. So we're about to see that plane enter our vision. Not for long. We won't see it. We won't get to see it land. We'll just get to see it kind of glide in. But just a little different livery for you. I believe the government subsidizes flights to and from some smaller airports.
Back in the corner today. It's in the sun, but you like the sun.
Our friend Angela just showed up, another plane spotter. She wanted to know where I was, because I'm not at my usual Saturday and Sunday location. So what we're waiting for now, let's see, we're waiting for American Eagle Flight 3448 from Cedar Rapids, Idaho. It's an Embraer 175, and it's still a moment or two away from us. As you see that aircraft, that's an Airbus A321 headed to Phoenix, Arizona, American Flight 2991. Just now going through your screen, and in a moment you'll see American Flight 1919 headed back to Monterey, an Airbus A320. Here comes a flight from Cedar Rapids. Did I say Idaho? I should have said Iowa.
Left, clear for takeoff, RNAV, Blair, American 2991.
Well, we're going to turn our attention now to the northern skies, where Qatar Flight 729 is arriving from Doha. This will be a big one, the Airbus A350 1000 series. So we'll try to crane our necks around to get as good a view as we can as it comes in. Been in the sky for 15 hours and 26 minutes. And no, I don't see it yet. Just about to cross over the highway to the north of us. Now I see it coming through the trees.
Cross 18 left and grab the 85 on point 3448.
So what's the longest flight you've been on? I know I haven't been on one that's 15 hours. The longest one I've been on is between here and Seoul, South Korea, nonstop. I want to say that was in the 10 to 12 hour range, depending on which way one is traveling.
28 left line voice gas 4865.
But yeah, that's a long flight. Well, I think Cindy Clements approved of that landing. Louis DeHaan says, hello, Runway DFW, and hello, Walt. And we here at Runway DFW say hello back to
Left
you.
line, Boeing American 26, close to
American 1919, we'll see you.
Next arrival for us, well, there you see American Eagle Flight 4865 on its way to Aspen, Colorado on that CRJ 700. Our next arrival is going to be American Flight 1716. It will be a Airbus A319 coming in from Durango in Mexico. We are here with you at DFW Founders Plaza in a kind of a semi-shade spot right now. Just after 3 o'clock in the Central Time Zone in the USA. If you're just joining us, welcome.
Departure Gdańsk gas 4865. And left over takeoff, our net be parked American 667.
Well, let's give you a howdy ho from Runway DFW in color. We're broadcasting from DFW Founders Plaza at DFW International Airport, one of the busiest airports in this here world. And we'll be with you for the next few hours with more stuff. So stay with us on Runway DFW if you would. Thank you. Let us take out that so we can show you this. This is going kind of to the southeast of where we are. I haven't pinpointed it in the... I'm going to say that's a 2-engine plane, whatever that is. VR on my flight radar, but I can't seem to call it up. So happy contrails to you wherever you're going. Where's my VR? Well, we'll worry about that another time. What we've got now for you is another international arrival. This one's going to be Our friends from Helsinki. Finnair Flight 19 aboard an Airbus A350-900 series, as opposed to the 1000 series we saw with the big Qatar plane that came in just a moment or two ago. This one's been flying for 9 hours and 56 minutes. And yes, you don't see it yet, but you will in the next 30 seconds or so, I would postulate.
Right, left line of base, American 2980.
We'll move over here so you can get the best, longest look at it as it comes in. Josh Aldridge says this is the flight from HEL. Here it comes through the trees now. Has to be one of my favorites of the modern liveries. I'm still kind of a sucker for the paint jobs with the stripe down the side, the cheat lines, as they say. But among the more modern-looking liveries, I kind of go for that one.
Cross 18 left, Whiskey Lima, ground point 85.
We have next up for you a special livery. Speaking of liveries.
Line up and wait, 18 left, American 2028.
American Flight 2028 off to San Francisco. It's the flagship Valor livery. As you'll see here as it makes the turn, gets into the sunlight. Hello, Murdoch Whisk. Glad to have you here on Runway DFW. Just gonna stop so we can get a little picture of it there with the medals of honor for the various branches of service.
At the D Park 18 left, please take off, American 2020. That's way better.
Off it goes. As we see another plane getting ready to take off. This one's going to be headed to Los Cabos in Mexico. American Flight 1324, an Airbus A321. For your viewing pleasure on Runway DFW. Finnair still trying to find a parking spot. There's American Flight 1832 that's on its way to the mile-high city of Denver. And we're getting ready to welcome American Eagle Flight 3851 from Zacatecas in Mexico. It'll be an Embraer 175 that we will be seeing very shortly. Ken G wants to know now, where is Mrs. Runway DFW? Mrs. Runway DFW is probably napping right now.
Good day, American 1836.
Another incoming flight from Mexico, which will be Flight 390. This will be the big airline, American Airlines, 737-800 from Mexico City. Yes, Mrs. Runway DFW has works late, and so she sleeps often in the afternoon. Here comes the flight from Mexico City. Is that Brendan Kondracki, who just chimed us there? Brandon, the newest member, or the newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Brandon. 10 minutes from now, you'll be able to join us in the chat room if you choose.
18 left Gulf 8 over the ground, 0.8 for American 310.
This is the biggest pickup truck I think I've ever seen coming in here. See it there on the left? Got a gigantic bumper. I don't know how you park anything like that. I mean, we've got a pickup truck, but that one's like as big as an 18-wheeler. Here it comes again for another try. That is a big try. It's going to block some of our view here. It's a gigantic ram. Looks like you need a step ladder to get in there. Well, here's that flight from, did I say what this flight was? This is from Omaha? Yeah, an Omaha flight coming in. Omaha, Nebraska. we were waiting for something. I got distracted by that truck. Can't even imagine how much it would cost to fuel that thing up. Couple of American Eagle Embraer 175s getting ready to blast off here. One for Durango, Colorado. The other, or is it Mexico? I think it's Mexico.
18 left, line up and wait on Envoy 3453.
The other for Colorado Springs, which I'm pretty sure is in Colorado.
Clear across 20 left at Whiskey Lima. We're going east, American 2046. After cross, Foxtrot Alpha, 0.65 on the bridge, 2946. Thanks for the help.
Josh Aldridge says the tailgate of that truck, which we'll get a little better look at here, tailgate is in a separate area code. Gerard says the new Runway DFW will build. I don't think I'd want anything that big, Gerard.
RNAV to B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Envoy 3453. 18 left, on Envoy 33.
Well, there's one of those Embraer 175s. This is the one going to Durango. Headed out. What are we waiting for here? It's American Airlines flight 2060 arriving from Sioux Falls after an hour and 39 minutes in the sky.
Departure Envoy 3453, see you. RNAV B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Envoy 3383.
Charlie, Terminal stay, other side, sir.
Our little thermometer
Alpha,
here
short 18 left, American.
says it's 80 degrees in the shade, and that's Fahrenheit. Let's see. F2C. So 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Oops. So for our international viewers, that would be 26.5 Celsius, which is pretty darn warm for a March, an early March afternoon.
Departure Envoy 3382.
What we got coming in here? A little CRJ 700 or 701. That arrived from Aspen, Colorado.
At Alpha, across the 18 left, ground on the bridge, you as well, 26.
Got a parade of regional jets marching up to the starting gate on 18 left.
Echo and Alpha, short line left.
We have American Eagle Flight 3150 coming in from Flagstaff, Arizona. It's be another CRJ 701 ER. Talked about on an earlier broadcast, we're expecting to see at some point some Air Wisconsin planes taking over for Mesa Airlines as an American Eagle partner. I don't know what this, when the switchover is supposed to happen, or if that's gonna be, or if that's going to be gradual or not. I don't know. An Aeromexico Express there, or an Aeromexico Connect flight there going out of your screen to the left. That is headed back to Mexico City. It's an Embraer E190. I think it's the only E190 we see on a regular basis here, at least at the moment. I can't remember if American Eagle has any E190s. It's an E175 there in the foreground.
RNLP Park 1 left, proof takeoff on board 3742.
Let's zoom out a bit. We'll bring you American Flight 2579 arriving from Denver, Colorado. You know, just thinking, I think this month marks 7 years since I've been on an airplane. Because the last flight I took was in 2016 to go see my son in Seoul. And since then, of course, the pandemic got in the way there for a bit, but no, I haven't been on any airplane.
18 left, Whiskey Lima, American 2579.
In quite some time, so I get kind of a vicarious thrill from being out here and seeing all these great planes coming and going.
Departure on way to 742.
I'm hankering to go back and see my son. I'd love to go back to the UK and spend more time there. I've been there twice, which, you know, I just couldn't get enough of it. Would love to go to New Zealand and Australia at some point. That was American Flight 1820 coming in from Ontario, California. In case you were interested. And our next arrival is going to be a heavy American Flight 280. Wasn't I just talking about Korea? This one's coming in from Seoul, a 787-8 Dreamliner. I think when I went to Seoul, I went to Seoul and back on American. It was nonstop from here. I believe it was a 777 service when I was on it. As I recall, I mean, I wasn't complaining because I had some great deal on advantage miles to fly. I don't know if it was first or business class. To me, if it's not economy, then it's first class. But as I recall, the cabins were a little bit run down. You know, it didn't look like they were brand new. So, but yeah, again, I wasn't complaining because I was getting some extra leg room and could kind of lie down. I don't know if I slept on those flights or not. I was just so excited to go on such a long flight. I'd never been on such a long flight before. Got to see the Aleutian Islands of Alaska. That was pretty majestic. There's that big truck getting in the way of this big plane. And back then, as I recall, the flight between here and Seoul did travel over a bit of Russian landmass, which is something that U.S. carriers are not doing anymore since the start of the Ukraine conflict. So the flights, you know, Americans flights, Japan Airlines, Korean Air flights between here and the Far East do make a little bit of a detour to avoid Russian airspace.
American 280, yes we are.
As a precaution.
West side. Full short of whiskey, leave American 280.
Tina T says, new subscriber here. My boyfriend just left the DFW Airport Founders Plaza. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Tina.
Hold short of 18 left.
Always happy to welcome a new subscriber. Emery wants to know, how long is the flight from DFW to Seoul? Well, it's two different. You know, it's a longer flight to Seoul than coming back, generally speaking, because of the jet stream. But I want to say it's in the 11, 12 hour range. I can't remember. It's so long ago, I can't actually remember. Well, wait, didn't we just get that plane coming in? Yeah, it was 11 hours and 46 minutes. So that Dreamliner we saw coming in from Seoul, 11 hours and 46 minutes. So I'm going to say it's probably over 12 hours going back to Seoul because you're butting up against headwinds along the way. All right. Stay long on this shot. This is just American Flight 3053 coming in from Amarillo. It's American Eagle, rather, I should say. And over on the other side, let's see if we can pick this up. Generally, this flight comes in over on the west side. This will be Avianca flight. I didn't mean to whirl the camera around like that. It'll be Avianca Flight 40 coming in from San Salvador, an Airbus A320neo. And we'll just kind of go in over here. That should let us pick it up.
Echo Alpha, short warning. And first guys, we're in 936. Just wanted to verify we're clear to land lane, right?
I see it now, the red and white aircraft. There you go, just a tiny tidbit of Avianca as it descends onto runway 17 center, I'm guessing. As we have a rather restful afternoon at Founders Plaza. Next to arrive on this side of the airport is going to be American Flight 2114. It is traveling to us from Santa Ana, California. 2 hours and 26 minutes it has been in the air. And when we see it in our sights, it'll be, well, it has always been a 737-800. I don't think it'll change by the time it gets here.
You work for NBC?
Yes.
I watch NBC.
But,
Hey,
well, no, I work for a station in Denison, Texas, which is Channel 10. I'm wearing my NBC News hat today, and I was being asked about the whether I work there, because the TV station in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the NBC station, it's actually owned by NBC, but I don't work there. I work for another TV station which is in the next market north of here. Okay, here comes the flight from Santa Ana. Now, peeking from behind that gigantic pickup truck. That's very Texas, a gigantic pickup truck, don't you think? Coming in over on the east side is an American flight from Atlanta. Didn't get to see too much of that, did we? Coming in on 17 center. Oh, let's see, it's a little quiet right now. Have a seat, see what's going on here. Captain General. Good afternoon, everyone. Wonderful to see everyone here today. We are happy to see you here today, Captain General. Yes, it's quiet here at the big airport. I saw a news item I think it was today or yesterday. Now, we can't see it from here, but right in the kind of general direction we're looking in, on the other side, on the east side, there is a general aviation terminal apart from the 5 commercial airline terminals. And apparently there's an organization which is going to open up another terminal for very exclusive passengers with a luxurious lounge and parking privileges and, you know, the whole real first-class treatment, I guess, for people who are going to be traveling on private jets or you know, with charter jets. And you know, it's very, you know, just to get in the door, you know, I guess you have to purchase an annual. Well, I guess you can purchase a one-time membership if you're just going to be kind of going in and out for, you know, hundreds of dollars. It's kind of like if you think of the airline lounges that they've established for their upper tier customers. This would be like, you know, a couple of steps above that. So, hey, feel free to invite me if you want to. If you're going to be over there, I'd love to see it. I don't know when it's going to open up. Jack Steins says, lovely weather in DFW today. Great for watching your broadcast. Thank you, Jack. And Randy Bucksbaum says, hey, Walt. Hello to you. And we have acknowledging here a $5 super chat from Going Slightly Mad. Hello from the Plymouth Village Plane Spotting Crew. We are so happy to have you with us. And thank you for that very nice super chat. Well, finally, we have some aviation activity for you. We're kind of tap dancing, as they say in the showbiz. That was American Flight 17-81786. I was arriving from Nashville, Tennessee, in Airbus A321. And there is our automated acknowledgement of your very kind contribution, Going Slightly Mad. Thank you. Takchan. I've tried to pronounce it every which way I can. Thank you for being our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. And you're seeing there our broadcast position today. That camera is pointing almost due south. We're on the south side of the horseshoe that provides a viewing space here at DFW Founders Plaza. And I guess in the foreground of that, I thought that was a monument there in the foreground of that shot. No, I think it's the roof of my car. Because this camera you're looking at here is propped up on a tripod on the back of my vehicle. Can I turn around and show you without tangling up all my cords? And that's not what I wanted. There's what I wanted. So there's our third camera, which is actually a cell phone, which is weighed down by a 5-pound weight, so it doesn't topple over, which I hope it doesn't. And that gives you our kind of reverse angle, where our behind the scenes look today. Our microphone toppled over there, our secondary microphone. Let me see if I can push the right button here. So there, we are waving at you. There's that camera. Meanwhile, we're missing airplanes. Well, we haven't missed it yet. That Airbus A321 just arrived from San Diego, California. A flight of 2 hours and 18 minutes, flight 2743, American Airlines. Let me point our wild sound camera back up here, prop it back up.
Echo Alpha, short of 1 left, American.
I didn't hear it get knocked over, but it did knock over somehow in the wind. Well, sir, our next arrival is going to be from Rapid City. It's American Eagle Flight 3411. Be an Embraer 175 LR. It has been flying around up there for an hour and 52 minutes, and why doesn't it just come down and say hello to us? So that's what it's about to do. Randy Bucksbaum says, I flew through DFW on my way to Albany, New York from Palm Springs and back. We got the full tour of DFW, LOL, from Terminal A to Terminal C, had a ride on the tram. I love how American Airlines tells you on the top, on the app, how many minutes to the gate. Well, I guess, you know, that's very helpful information when you're trying to back time your next flight. I do believe this airport sees more passengers in transit or making a connection than it does passengers who originate or terminate their flights here, which is to be expected at a big hub like this. But because it's been many years since I used the airport to make a connection.
Whiskey Kilo cross 18 left, ground point 85, on boy 3411.
It's hard for me to judge that experience. So, well, I'm glad you got some help on your way from between terminals here, Randy. Captain General says, Walt, you're getting very close to 10,000 subscribers, and yeah, we're kind of headed in that general direction. Thanks to you guys. So thank you all. Joshua Leclerc says, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Randy says, Jerry and Jilly from Big Jet TV are going to LAX next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. It shouldn't conflict too much with Kevin at AVL. I noticed that Big Jet members don't watch as much with the time change. Well, yeah. But, you know, obviously Jerry and Kevin are kind of the gold standards in plane spotting. So I'm curious to see what Jerry does with his time at LAX. Just as I can't wait to have Kevin come here back to Dallas-Fort Worth with Rudy at his side to describe the action for you here on the final week of March. Emery Yurta says, I connect a lot in DFW, given it's the only hub with non-stop flights from my hometown of College Station, Texas. So, well, I hope you have good experiences with that. I guess connecting is always kind of a shot in the dark sometimes. Here comes a Frontier flight over on the east side. This is arriving from San Francisco. And that's about as much of that as we can see. You might see the tail of it go through the image there in the background, behind those American tails. I haven't seen it. Oh, there it is. Well, the next arrival over there on the east side is from Delta Airlines. It's a flight coming in from Boston. An Airbus A220, flight 451. And again, these planes are coming in on the east side of DFW Airport, which we do not have direct access to. I mean, the airport is so big that you know, when they first started the when they first built the airport, which is now 49 years ago, this was the tower. It's right in the middle of the airport, and it just wasn't tall enough. The air traffic controllers determined to get an optimal view of all the runways that were available on both sides, because it was they're just too far away, and you know, in bad weather conditions you would lose visibility, of course. And so they put in 2 more towers, one on the east side, one on the west side. So they don't use this tower on an ongoing basis anymore, but it still is equipped to control aircraft here. It's got all the equipment, all the radar, and all the other gear that they would need here to do that. But they do have 2 active towers, and there's the east tower, and over here on the west side is its twin, which you see there. And I've been lucky enough to go up and be in both of them for a time, thanks to my friend Ian, who is a supervisor up there in the towers. So I got a lot of insight into how things work. I was kind of surprised. You know, I expected it to be like a tense, nail-biting kind of environment where everybody was always on edge every second. But no, it was very professional. I don't mean to say it wasn't professional, but it was a lot more laid back than I would have expected. And I mean that in a good way, because, you know, it is a tense, it is a job that requires absolute perfection. But those guys and gals up there are professionals. They know what they're doing. And, you know, you have to get that job, you have to go through a psychological profile to be able to know that you can handle that level of stress and accuracy. So Spirit Airlines, flight 972 coming in from Phoenix. Yeah, when is that JetBlue and Spirit merger going to happen that we've heard so much about? This is something I've never seen before. We've got a puppy dog in one hand and a camera in the other. Well, American Flight 37 from Madrid, 737-8 Dreamliner, is about to land here on 18 right. That's a flight that often is directed over to the east side of the airport, but today we will get to see it land right here. This gigantic truck, maybe it will fly just over the gigantic truck and we can get a better look at it. That is a Texas-sized truck. I mean, you can see it like the windows tower over that sedan next to it. It's like if you were on a Greyhound bus. All right, here comes the flight from Madrid.
Requesting to enter runway 18 left to scare some birds out of the RSA here at Whiskey Golf. Tower 112, requesting access on runway 18 left at Whiskey Golf, scare some birds in the RSA. 112, proceeding on the runway 18 left.
I was just hearing some traffic about birds being reported in. This flight, 9 hours and 37 minutes from the Spanish capital. It's just a 2-year-old Dreamliner. Can you hear those frogs in the background? I don't know if maybe if,
American West, approximately about 134 for American 36.
maybe if you're wearing headphones, you can hear them. I can hear them.
No, Bravo, hold short, lane left, American.
Or maybe I'm just hearing things. Maybe it's me. Next flight is Embraer 175. It's American Eagle Flight 3566 coming in from Baton Rouge in Louisiana. Captain General is leaving us. We salute you, Captain. Thank you for your service, and hope to see you again soon here at Runway DFW. Here comes the flight from Baton Rouge.
20 left at on Bravo, go to ground 25, American 37.
Howdy Doody says, good afternoon, Walt and fellow enthusiasts. Karen Munson says, I can't hear frogs, Walt, and I'm not on headphones. So maybe it's just me. Maybe I have frogs in my ears. Mr. Light 1972 says, I hope all those Spirit bananas will be painted blue and white in the colors of JetBlue. Well, you know, I have to say that I did really appreciate the Spirit aircraft on, what was it? Was it last week that it was so foggy, or the week before? I can't remember. We had a very foggy, most of the time we were here, day, and it was so monochromatic that day that really the only airplanes that really you could pick out of the sky as they were coming in were the Spirit planes painted in that bright yellow color. And even they looked a little dull, but it was something that was very, you know, they really stood out on a particularly murky day. Next to arrive here at Runway DFW is American Flight 1225. This one is coming in from Las Vegas. It's an Airbus A321. And their flight from Las Vegas, not was 2 hours and 1 minute, so hardly enough time to catch a cat nap. Well, let's just point out to you that you are watching Runway DFW in color, live from DFW International Airport, coming to you from the friendly confines of DFW Founders Plaza. And we'll be here with you probably the rest of the afternoon, I'm going to say. I'm going to venture that guess, bringing you the aircraft as they come and go and taxi and take off and land. My name is Walt, your plane pal, your fly guy, your aviation amigo, your man with a camera, and your septuagenarian spotter, coming at you for the next, I don't know, couple hours here on this Saturday, March 4th, 2023 on Runway DFW. It's just before 4 o'clock here in the central time zone of the USA.
Takeoff, 18 left, American 2434.
Yeah, we've got another heavy jet coming in. This one's from, we've got two coming in. The first one is American Flight 1030 from Cancun. A 787-9 Dreamliner. Right behind this one, we've got a fan favorite, 777-200 ER, and this one is coming in from London Heathrow Airport. It's American Flight 81. So two big birds in a row for you on Runway DFW to start this 4 o'clock hour. And by the way, the The British, we do see an A380 here this afternoon. And the last I checked, it was running late. The British Airways flight from Heathrow in London. And I'll check on the status of that just a moment. That this 777 just barely cleared that gigantic pickup truck roof. So a 9-hour and 21 minute flight from London town is ending. And I would like to very kindly acknowledge a $1.99 super chat from our friend Epic Toastman, who says it looks a little laggy. I don't know why. You know, I kind of saw that, and I'm not sure why that is. Let me see if I can change something here.
Line up and wait, runway 18 left, and left is 685.
Let's see, how can I change that? Let me go over here. Make a little switcheroo here.
Tower American 1529, we're ready to go. 29, Roger.
Please stand by while we plug and unplug and recable and uncable. Let's see what we got here.
Have to learn, clear for takeoff 18 left, and left is 685.
Okay, well, we made a little change and we'll see how that works out. DFW Aviation says British Airways A380 now over the west part of Oklahoma, estimated to arrive at 4:30, so just a little less than half an hour from now. We'll see that gigantic plane of the skies. Let's see if we can get you a glimpse of this Viva Aerobus headed back to Mexico. I think I have to reassign my cameras here. There's a special livery on the tail, which we didn't get to see. That's not their standard livery. The Delta flight coming in.
Departure on left 685, so.
Delta flight came in from Atlanta. We don't normally see the Atlanta flights come in on this side of the field.
Hey, firm.
Let me see.
Go Bravo, hold short 18 left, at 86. RNFB Park Cliff, takeoff 18 left, American 1529.
the Peacock A380. Hey, Walt, at Runway DFW, and also to Michelle RS, Ms. Will 13, Gerard, and Bev A, our great moderating team. Randy Bucksbaum says, going to Dusseldorf in April on American Airlines from Palm Springs to DFW to London Heathrow on American. And then on... I was trying to hang on there for a second. Another special livery for you. It's the Stand Up to Cancer American Airlines livery.
All right, Bravo, cleared across 18 left, Fox, Alpha, 0.65 to the top of the Alpha bridge, double 860.
That's flight 1683 coming in from Orlando,
Departure, have a good day.
Florida. So anyway, we were talking about Randy, who's booked on premium economy, waitlisted upgrades. I'm so excited for, the A380 between London Heathrow and Dusseldorf. Now that would be exciting. Yeah, I saw that that Lufthansa was revving up some short-haul A380 flights to kind of get their crews accustomed to putting more of those gigantic aircraft in the skies. Bill Platt says, this is the first Super Saturday I've got to watch in ages. I'm not used to broadcasts over 2 hours. What a great day at DFW. Thank you. And Michelle is ordering you to hit, well, she's not ordering you. She says, please hit the like button and subscribe if you are new. Yes, please do that. If if it's at your discretion, but if you like what you see and we're giving you a nice afternoon worth of plane spotting, then please do that. I hope you will. Vista Light 1972 says, is Volaris still around? Yes. I don't know if we've seen it today yet, but yeah, we see that. They come in here. Flores Videos is our new subscriber. Thank you, Flores Videos. Jonas Mormon says, hello everybody from Belgium. Pleasure to have you with us. Hey, look who's here. It's Rudy, LA Plane Spotter. And he says, hi Walt, counting the days down to our visit to DFW. And he, of course, is talking about the visit of himself and Kevin from Airline Videos Live. They're both going to show up here in the final week of the month to bring their special brand of plane spotting to Dallas-Fort Worth. And just about everybody I talk with who stops by to say hello here is also making it clear that they're going to try to make an extra special effort to come and see you, Rudy, and Kevin during those days. What's that?
Good day.
I saw that go up in our static shot of the East Tower. And I just thought I'd try to get a little better look at that private jet. Let's go into Puerto Vallarta. That is a CL-35. I think I had that on my viewing list today. That's Nicholas Air, flight 623. We can't see it anymore. That was a Bombardier CL-350 to Puerto Vallarta. I looked up that plane earlier. It's got about, in the cabin, it's got about 6 seats. So very luxurious way to travel to Puerto Vallarta. Probably not Probably a little less luxurious than this 737-800 on its way to Albuquerque. American flight 941. So we're talking about Kevin and Rudy. They are gearing up for their big broadcast on Sunday. So I hope you guys will tune in for that. It runs all day. You can't miss it. Here comes Frontier Flight 9. Is it 902? 502? I can't quite make it out. What have we got on the tail there? Swan of some sort, I would say. It's an Airbus A320neo arriving from Denver, Colorado. So it's flight 502.
American 941 to departure. American 941.
Yeah, and that was Summer the Swan gracing the tail of that aircraft. We are at our location, of course, overlooking
Echo Alpha, short of 18 left, Frontier Flight 502.
the UPS cargo facility just to the south of us, which is pretty much idle on a Saturday afternoon. See some action on a Sunday, not Saturday, generally speaking. But there's plenty of other stuff to see, and again, in about 15 minutes from now, we'll be seeing the big one, the king of the skies, the Airbus A320 coming in from London. Before that, American Eagle Flight 4952 from the state capital of Texas, Austin. CRJ 701ER touching down. It's just a 39-minute flight coming in from Austin. Now then, we've got another Spirit Airlines plane coming in.
Left on Alpha Bridge, 65 at the top, Frontier Flight 502.
This will be Flight 1181, emanating from the sun and fun capital of the Mountain West, Las Vegas. An Airbus A320 Neo. Peacock A380 says there's some really nice livery coming into DFW today.
One at left American 2967.
Yeah, we've seen a couple coming on in. Here comes the Banana Bird.
Hold on, you lay here.
You can't see it yet. You will in just a second. People lining up to take a picture next to us.
for kickoff, left or nav landing, I'm right, 29.
I think we had a Spirit arrival as our poster for today's stream. And obviously the small fraction of flights that Spirit makes up for here at DFW will be amplified once it gets its deal going together with JetBlue. But we're still waiting for that to happen. Arriving now is American Eagle Flight 3468. Who do we appreciate from? Where's that coming from? Manzanillo in Mexico. It's an Embraer 175. And here it comes from behind the heads of this crowd of plane spotters and fun seekers. We've got another non-American Airlines plane in the cards for you now. It's going to be a United Flight 337, an Airbus A320, coming at us from the mile-high city of Denver.
Departure right heading 190, making 10,000.
DFW Aviation says British Airways A380 arriving in just a little over 10 minutes. And that's not it there. That is definitely not the A380 you're seeing in your picture there. But we will be seeing here, well, I guess you didn't see it because I was looking at the wrong camera. But anyway, here comes that United Airlines plane in the classic, or more classic livery. Now, it doesn't have the tulip on the tail. Not that classic. Got a little ahead of myself there, didn't I? So that flight lasted an hour and 22 minutes, and that is a turn-of-the-century aircraft. 22 years of age is that Airbus A320-200. Got here early, almost a half hour ahead of schedule.
Alpha short 18 left. Departure good Scout 3186.
What you saw just there. Well, I don't know, I was trying to sound like a gangster in a movie. What you saw just there, you dirty rat, was American Flight 2909, an Airbus A321, which is joining us from Phoenix, Arizona. if I stretch out
We
my
have American
radar
2909.
far enough, I can see the big A380
Echo
now.
Alpha, hold short of runway 18 left, American 2909.
It's now in the metropolitan area, so we'll see it soon. So if you're an A380 fan, stick around, won't you? So, flight 1770 from Fresno, California, come on down. You're the next arrival on runway 18 right.
That's west side of American 2024.
We're going to bring you flight 2024, another American Airlines jet. This one from Mazatlan in Mexico. It's an Airbus A320. And it will be here momentarily for you on runway DFW.
Echo Alpha, hold short of 18.
DFW Aviation says, I'm out in the field at DFW Airport. Can't wait for the A380.
2909.
Big thanks again to all of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation for making this chat room a very nice place to hang out on a Saturday afternoon or evening, as the case may be, or whatever time zone you're in all around the world. Go some emergency vehicles again. No sirens. You'll see them go in the foreground here of your picture, zooming past. I think somebody was mentioning Volaris earlier, and we're about to see Volaris flight 892. An Airbus A320 arriving from Guadalajara in Mexico. And it's
Whiskey Lima cross 18 left and ground 85
been flying around for an hour and 52 minutes, and it's about time for it to land. That's what I say. We did have one go-around earlier today. It was an American Airlines flight from, now I can't remember where it was coming from. Don't know why it went around, but it did. Well, let's see if we can pick out the name on this flight. Will it be Kevin? These planes have names. What is it? I can't make it out. Mimuku? Not sure. Wasn't Kevin. So Kevin of Airline Videos Live, if you're watching. That's kind of the last name you would expect on a Latin American jet. Kevin doesn't sound. I don't know. Is that a name in the Latin American world? Those frogs are ringing in my ears. Looks like we have another contingent of bikers here, refilling their water bottles and having a little break from whatever ride they're on. Maybe this is the same group. Here comes American 2674 from Santa Ana, California. (737-800) class. There's the Valaris, which is still kind of making its way over to the International Terminal D.
Runway 1 left, 31, 8 Papa. Thank you.
We're inching ever closer to the A380. It's now, I think, 1, 2, 3 planes in the distance. We won't get as clear of a shot as we normally do on a weekend afternoon because of our positioning here, as we've explained earlier. When we got here, it was just total, the parking lot was just all booked up. So I had to select an alternate location for plopping all our stuff down and getting everything set up. So as I said, our next arrival, did I say what our next arrival was? It's Frontier Flight 2134. It's coming in from Las Vegas. Midnight the Wolf will be its featured tail animal art on the A321. And then behind it we'll have an American Airlines plane from Zihuatanejo in Mexico, and then we'll have the A380. And the A380 is running a bit late today. It normally comes in earlier in the afternoon. Almost 4:30 here in North Texas. And here comes that Frontier aircraft for you on runway DFW.
Gonna land 18 left, next 2048.
Okay, we're just one intermediate flight away from the A380. What's coming in next will be flight 2048 American Airlines from the aforementioned Zihuatanejo. How did that gigantic pickup truck escape my attention when it left? But it's gone now, replaced by that maroon red vehicle with the hatch back up and some kids in the back. Mike G says, afternoon, Walt. I'm looking forward to seeing the A380 as I will be on that flight in May. And Bill Platt says, Walt, have you become to be known by the locals yet? I mean, do you stand out with your setup? You have to be known as that guy by now. Yeah, I think people, I almost missed this flight. Yeah, people do come up. A lot of people just ask what you're doing, and they don't really get, oh, you're here, is there somebody special coming in? Is the president coming in? And I say, no, just here to take pictures of planes landing and taking off, and some of them walk away with kind of a puzzled look because, they don't get that people would sit around and just watch that kind of stuff for an extended period of time, but others do know, they shout out my name, hey, Walt. Here comes the king. My, that's a large aircraft. But as I always note, it's almost always, it's so much quieter than I would expect such a behemoth to be upon landing. Even though, of course, it's not revving up its engines to land, but I still would expect a plane of that size to make more noise than some of these smaller planes seem to make when they land. So off it scoots to the International Terminal D. Flight of 9 hours and 23 minutes from London. Awesome Speedbird arrival, says Matt C. Spectacular A380, says the Peacock A380. And they land so much smoother, says Charles D. And Graphics and Design says, good catch, Walt. Well, it's kind of hard to miss a plane of that size. Farewell, everyone, says DFW Aviation. See you on the next stream. Pleasure to have had you with us. Ms. Wolves 13 says, I love to watch these leave Heathrow. And yes, you get to see a number of these aircraft per day. We only get to see one, so we feel kind of lucky to see them. Bill Platt says those draped wings are such an impressive marvel of engineering.
7.5, can you say my 10? Thanks for your help. We'll see you.
Ibuela 28 says, Los estoy viendo desde Chile, amo Dallas. And if my high school Spanish serves me, we're watching from Chile. So glad to have you as a part of our viewing audience here at DFW Airport. Well, this is not an Airbus A380, is it? This is almost the polar opposite. It's an Airbus A319. And that's coming in to us from Morelia in Mexico. Just under 2 hours in the air. American Airlines Flight 258.
558, Delta 18. Echo Whiskey Lima, hold for 18 left, American 2580.
Another arrival from south of the border is next on deck. It's American Eagle 3854 from Acapulco, Mexico, an Embraer 175. It's a 2 hour and 21 minute flight. Let's see how King of the Skies is doing over here. Has it found its parking spot? Just about. No, I guess, is it still moving? No, I think it's parked.
All right, cross 20 left in Whiskey Lima, ground. 2580.
That was a pretty quick trip to the gate. Sometimes it takes a little bit more time to get plugged in there at the Terminal D. Michael G. Kelly says, fantastic job as always, Walt. Thanks from Waterford in Ireland. And Jonas Mormon says, thanks, DFW. Sarah Jane says, beautiful plane.
2580s, off runway 18 left, about 138.
Wish Qantas came to this airport. Now, of course, Qantas does come to this airport with flights from Sydney and Melbourne now, but they are flying Dreamliners on those routes. We don't see their A380s, although Qantas is like a lot of airlines with A380s that have been in storage. They are getting ready to fire up some more of their fleet. I think they have 10 in all, although not all of them are currently operational. And so they're trying to get some of the remaining A380s in their fleet out of mothballs and flying in the sky again. So I don't know, you know, maybe we'll see them here again. Hope so. Michelle RS says, look at this gorgeous day. DFW Aviation says, what an amazing stream. See you next time. Well, I hope he's referring to our stream. I'm pretty sure he was. Jane Lilo says, I just left Founders Plaza. I was there to see the A380 and the Boeing 747. But I was only there to see the A380 because my mom said that we have to go because she has work. Well, that's a pretty good reason. If mom has to work, you got to get in the car. But I'm glad you got to see the A380 land there, Jane. And you can watch the rest here with us. Sean from Texas says, pretty amazing A380s only have thrust reversers on the number 2 and 3 engines given its size. Yeah, I think I read something about that. And yes, Vince, Las Vegas, perhaps Qantas will bring the A380 back to DFW at some point. They did fly here. It was one of 2 airlines that flew the A380 before British Airways brought theirs here. Qantas and Emirates both flew the A380 here and then pulled it out.
Cross 18 left, Whiskey Kilo, ground on the other side, American 1699.
Michael G. Kelly says, love the multicam operation you have, Walt. You have come a long way since the early days of the channel. Well, you know, this is one of those things you learn as you go along. You learn how to mix in other cameras and try to make it a little, kind of up the production value just a little bit to make it, because I guess I always, the one part about these one camera channels I thought was just the kind of the ping pong effect of going back and forth and zooming in and out, and you know, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, that's what you come to expect if you've just got one channel, one camera. But cameras are relatively cheap. I mean, the one I've got on the tripod here is less than $1,000, and then this secondary camera was like $225. And then our third camera today is just a smartphone, which has been repurposed as a camera. So You know, there's 3 cameras and you're not talking about a whole ton of money. And they all do high definition pictures, so everything's good. Well, let's see, what is it? It's 4:41. We've seen our big plane of the day. Don't think we'll be here for the return or for the departure of the A380, unfortunately. We should be here. Let's see what's coming up. In the next 15 minutes or so, we should be seeing the Avianca flight headed back to San Salvador, Finnair, the A350-900 back to Helsinki, and then in the next hour, we're expecting a China Airlines cargo from Anchorage. I haven't looked at the radar to see if that's happening or not. I should make that determination, shouldn't I? So let me go to my radar screen here. So we do have a cargo lux coming in from Anchorage. It's 2 hours and 6 minutes away. Scheduled to be here at 6:49. So that's about 2 hours from now. Don't know if we'll make that. We'll see. Maybe it'll be our last flight of the evening. Seeing if there's any others that are headed in our direction. There's supposed to have been one from Atlanta, a 747 I'm talking about, but I am not seeing that coming in. So yeah, it looks like our only chance for a 747 arrival is going to be about 2 hours from now. So we'll see how long the old man with a camera can hang out today. So let us see what's up next for you and you and you. I know who you are out there. Next arrival is going to be American Flight 3708. No, it's American Eagle Flight 3708 from Torreon, which I believe to be in Mexico. Be an Embraer 175. Oh, look what I see. Little hard to see. We do have our friend the moon. Not quite full, but pretty full. It's a little high up in the sky for it to be bisected by aircraft, which is always a nice touch. But I don't think we'll see any. Unless I don't know if it's going up or down at this point. And yes, we're still waiting for that plane from Torreon. Jane says the 747 is 1 hour and 46 minutes out. Clickboy says, afternoon, Walt just came back from looking at some land out in Fort Worth and was able to catch the Qantas 787 flying overhead with my camera. How's it going today? We're having some fun. It's just a beautiful, beautiful afternoon here in North Texas. It's dropped down to 78 degrees Fahrenheit. I have no complaints whatsoever about the weather today. You know, if I was being really extra picky, I'd say, well, let's drop the wind down 5 or 10 miles per hour. That might be nice, but aside from that, it's all good.
Down 0.85, have a good one on 32.
So we'll give you a shot of the A380 while we wait for more activity
18 left,
here.
line up and wait on board 3697.
Vicky Davey says it's a beautiful clear moon. And Jonas Mormon says the moon, nice moonshot, 94%. 94% full, I guess is what he means.
RNAV V Park 18 left, clear for takeoff on board 3697.
Randy Bucksbaum says it's warmer in Dallas than Palm Springs. That's crazy. I can't disagree with that analysis. Where is this Embraer 175 going, you ask, Walt? It's going to Manhattan, Kansas, he answers. It's American Eagle Flight 3697.
Yes, sir. Gates occupied. Cross 18 left. Whiskey. Right, Foxtrot, ground.
So we do have a bunch of planes starting to line up now for
You have a great day,
the
3697.
process of taking off. There goes flight 1322. That's going to go to Denver. Meanwhile, we've got this aircraft, which I believe there, with its nose pointed to the right of your screen, is American Flight 1869, headed for Des Moines, Iowa. And there's also a Spirit Airlines plane which is going to Las Vegas.
V Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1322. Left, line up away, envoy 3636.
That Spirit plane came in from it was going out to Las Vegas, and the plane you just saw coming in,
Charlie 12, American 25.
American Flight 2596 from Jackson in
Alpha,
Mississippi.
short of 18 left, American 25.
Got a bunch of planes getting ready to take off here. First of which would appear to be that one, American Eagle.
Left, clip takeoff, envoy 3636.
3636. Let's go into
American
Midland,
21, line up away, 18
Texas.
left. Ticketing.
This is American Flight 2021 off to Bentonville, Arkansas, on Airbus A320. You know, I think this is the first time I've seen a Bentonville flight operated by the main airline and not by American Eagle. I don't know if that's just a one-off thing or a weekend thing, or if they've changed their scheduling, but
On at the V Park, American 2021, clear for takeoff, 18 left.
Bentonville, as we always make note, is, you know, why would a big aircraft like that be going to Bentonville, Arkansas? Well,
Good day, envoy 3636.
that is the storied home of Walmart.
18 left, line up and away, envoy 3394.
And Dallas-Fort Worth is one of those areas where there's like a Walmart at every exit on the freeway, and even more, and even further away from the freeway. They're just all over the place. Where Mrs. Runway DFW and I lived before, where we live now, we lived in a community called Pilot Point, and Walmart built a store there at the intersection of two-lane roads. I mean, there were no highways, there weren't a four-lane road, two-lane roads in the middle of, you know, of growing subdivisions. But I was just so surprised that why?
American 2021.
Of course, the area has since grown to have four-lane roads at that intersection, and a very healthy retail economy. So Walmart pretty much knows what it's doing.
20 left,
We are presently going to be viewing American Flight 1928. It is coming in from Querétaro in Mexico. It's a 737-800. It's flight, did I say it was flight 1928?
Straight ahead, Whiskey Foxtrot, roll size, American 1510.
I meant to say Little Elm, did I say something else? If I said Little Elm was where the missus and I resided prior to where we currently live, and that's where the Walmart wasn't built in Little Elm, was built right on the border of Little Elm and Frisco.
V Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, envoy 3394.
But little does that matter, because we're about to see a plane landing from Querétaro in Mexico.
Flying left, envoy 3752.
Randy Bucksbaum says, if you build it, they will come. They do huge demographic studies before they go into a city. Walmart does. And Clicky Boy says, living in Frisco is like, like living in Dallas at this point. It's growing so much. And Happy News says, nice to see children doing something that is wholesome, like, yeah, hanging out at the airport with their parents or their grandparents and watching planes land. Next for your consideration will be American Airlines Flight 1537.
B Park, let's take off 20 left on 37.
It's an Airbus A321. It's landing from Las Vegas as we look at our takeoff camera there. Another Embraer that's an Embraer 170, not a 175. That one's going to Springfield. But right now we're all about the A321 coming in from Vegas. So we greet the aircraft from Las Vegas.
Gunner Regional, have a good afternoon, guys. 3752.
Clear to cross 18 right at Zulu, and then Echo Whiskey Juliet, short of 18 left, 24.1.
Left, clear for takeoff. Hard out of the line, American 2554.
That is American Airlines Flight 2554. You see on your screen there.
Wait on 3744.
It's going to Sacramento, California, kind of easing on down the runway.
1 left with Lima, American 1637.
B Park, runway 18 left, clear to takeoff on 3744. Left line up for 3645.
Well, it's been a pretty laid back afternoon here at the big airport. No surprises.
2554, good.
I guess the only kind of surprise was the go round we saw. But it went around and it came back and it landed. This is American Eagle 3744 on its way to Cedar Rapids, Idaho. No, Iowa? Wait, Cedar Rapids is in Iowa.
Cross 18 left at Whiskey Lima, ground point 85, American 1537.
Departure, good day, 3744.
Happy News says, I used to go to JFK Airport in New York when I was a child in the 70s, watched the TWA 747 Jumbo, Pan Am, and Concorde's my favorite. I had wings from Eastern, TWA, Pan Am, and got free tours of the cockpits of those big birds. Good days. Yeah, I guess you don't, kids don't get those. Do they still give out wings to the kids? I haven't traveled with children in a while. My 6-year-old grandson got to go on a trip to Kansas City on Southwest Airlines, I believe it was. But I didn't get to go on that one.
18 left, runway, envoy 3760.
I don't remember bringing back any wings though. I know that was a thing when I was a kid. Kind of slim pickings as far as arrivals go right now here on the west side of the airport, although we've got a number of planes which are maneuvering into position for takeoff.
Hey, left, clear for takeoff, on out to Lauren, envoy 3760.
I don't have any information as to where that plane
Left American 23.
you just saw pass through there. It's on its way to San Angelo, Texas, that Embraer 175.
Regional departure, runway 3645, sir. American 1510's ready to go.
This Airbus A321 is American Flight 2360 on its way to Las Vegas. Just after 5 o'clock here on Runway DFW. Yes, you're watching Runway DFW. Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. My name is Walt, your plane pal, your fly guy, your aviation amigo, your man with a camera, your septuagenarian streamer, all those things rolled up into one. We are here with you on a Saturday afternoon this week to bring you the sights and sounds of one of the busiest airports in the world. So stick with us here as we continue our cavalcade of jets. And hope you're enjoying what you see on Runway DFW. It is Saturday, March number 4 on the calendar, at least here in the central time zone of the USA. It may, that number and date may vary depending on where you're watching us from and whether you're watching us live or on Memorex. So it all depends, but we're happy to have you with us.
Runway 18 left.
Whether you are watching in real time or not. MR Rice says when he flew on Cebu Pacific a few times in the past, the captain would stand by the flight deck door smiling as the passengers deplaned the aircraft. That's a nice thing to do.
American 2360, good day, sir.
So I think we have established now that it is Saturday, March 4th, at least here in this here time zone. Now arriving is Sky West. Sky West, one of the
American 2760
airlines
that, clear for takeoff, 18 left.
that operates American Eagle flights. That one's coming in from Stillwater, Oklahoma. And it doesn't list itself as a, oh no, it does, as an American Eagle Flight 4915. That's a 41-minute flight. Next to arrive let's look at this right now. This is a Mesa Airlines plane. And as we've mentioned in recent weeks,
2764, goodbye.
Mesa Airlines is soon going to go its separate ways from as being a partner of American Eagle to be supplanted by Air Wisconsin. This particular aircraft is going to Lawton, Oklahoma. It's a CRJ 900 ER.
Right turn 190 on departure, maintain 10,000.
Well, I haven't seen any Air Wisconsin flights here yet. Here comes American Flight 455 from Santa Barbara, California. An Airbus A319 for you. And as that Mesa plane goes through your viewfinder, American Flight 2233 to Mexico City is going the other direction.
Hold short, 18 left with you, American 425.
As you see another aircraft coming over the bridge from the east side.
Sorry, Golf 8, American 455 will hold short.
I see a large aircraft approaching.
18 left to line up and wait, American 2233.
That's a 787-9 Dreamliner.
18 left at Golf 8, switch ground.
It's American Flight 48. It's going to be going to Paris, Charles de Gaulle Airport. And behind it is Avianca Flight 441 off to El Salvador, or San Salvador. Well, I am here to acknowledge another kind contribution from our friend Bill Platt, a $20 super chat. Thank you, Bill. Fun fact, the Franklin Institute, a museum in the heart of Philly, used to have a British Airways 707 as an exhibit from the 70s and the 80s. Wings included, and there he gives a reference to a photo where you can see that actually, or when it actually was there. There's the Avianca plane we saw coming in earlier on the east side, and the Dreamliner is headed over to the east side now for takeoff to Paris. So we give you the big picture here. Here is an overview of DFW Airport. We are where that blue logo is on the northwest side of the airport, and we are overlooking runways 18 right and 18 left. But as you can see, there are 5 other runways here, all marked in yellow with their
Number 2, Lauren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2233.
with their runway designations from both sides, and the terminals kind of bisect the east and west sides of the airport. So that's the Google Earth overview of our position here at DFW Airport. Happy News says Dreamliner is beautiful. Go Boeing. I love the 380 though. And Larry Brown says, wow, I'd forgotten about the 707 at the Franklin Institute. I was in that as a kid.
Good afternoon, line up to wait, 18 left, American 2103.
Today, American 2233.
Well, there goes American Flight 2009 off to Seattle. An Airbus A321.
Blair, come to take off 18 left, American 2103.
Good day, American 2009.
Golf 3, cross 18 left, Fox back on the bridge, Delta.
That's 18 left, Alpha, and 65 and 30 seconds.
Runway 18 left, American 2292.
Glad to have you all with us here on this Saturday, late Saturday afternoon as we approach the golden hour, as they say, as the photographers like to say. A couple planes poised for takeoff, the first of which is apparently going to be American Flight 2292. This one's going to JFK Airport in New York, 737-800. Then we've got this United jet. I think this is the one we saw earlier, which is, as I recall, from the turn of the century. No, this is even older. This is an Airbus A319. The Jingle Singers haven't been with us all afternoon. We are calling them in now.
1998.
So, a 20th century aircraft for you. Haven't seen too many today. We usually can count on seeing a bunch when we're watching the cargo jets come and go in the early morning or the late night hours.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, United 2655. Regional emergency, American 2292. Runway 18 left, American 969.
All right, short of Foxtrot, ground 85 and cleared to cross 18 left at Whiskey Kilo on board, 3397.
Our next arrival is going to be American Flight
2655.
2168 from Ontario, California, an Airbus A321. And where do you see it? On runway DFW.
My name is Lauren, and clear for takeoff 18 left, Mark 969.
One left, one up and white on 3455.
Off to Los Angeles goes this Airbus A321 Neo.
We're going to
American Flight 969.
Echo Alpha, hold short, 18 left, American 21. Inside on runway 3455. Arno DeLon, 18 left, clear for takeoff, will maintain vehicle on runway 3455. We have the Embraer in sight, line up and wait, 18 left, American 1948.
That is American Eagle 3455 off to the city of Killeen, Texas. We are greeted by Peter. Hi, y'all. Hello, Peter.
Alright, Lawrence, time for takeoff, 18 left, American 1948. Regional departure on line 3455, good day. Left, right of away.
Got a big Dreamliner, which is now moving north. This is American Flight 315, a 787-900. It's going to Miami, and chances are very good that it will be directed over to the east side of the airport, but we shall see. That's a Frontier Flight 905, in the back of it, an A320 Neo going to Denver. And speaking of Denver,
RWB Park, clear takeoff, 18 left, 82 takeoff, square.
American Flight 420 touching down from the Mile High City.
Park, enjoy the day, American 1948.
Quickly see if I can find this, where to go. There it is.
Sure to 18 left, Whiskey, Lima, American 4.
One of these business jets, which doesn't take much more than a parking lot to get off the ground. That was a Cessna 680A Citation Latitude.
Alpha, will come on top of the bridge.
And as predicted, the Dreamliner to Miami is headed over the bridge to the east side. Should be coming into your view there momentarily. There it is. Arriving now from Hayden, Colorado. This 737-800. American Flight 2622.
Okay, going to be parked there to take off 18 left, Frontier Flight 505.
Frontier 9505, or sorry, Flight 505, with the Summer the Swan livery. We saw that coming in earlier. That's on its way to Denver.
Line up and wait, 18 left, American, flying 471.
4718 left at Golf 8, American, heading 626.
Back to the left, 18 right, and go to Bravo.
Runway 18 left at Golf 8, we're parking turning east. Foxtrot Alpha and ground point 65 top of bridge, American, 2622 today.
Flight 505.
A couple of A321s are on the flight line at this moment. One of them is going to San Francisco, the other one's going to Ontario, California. I believe this one's going to Ontario. Aussie Cade says, once when flying with Delta from Australia to America, I got to take a seat in the captain's seat and they gave me a pair of wings. Best day of my life. That does sound like a memorable day of aviation.
2471. Operate 18 left, right, 775. We're over westbound. Bravo, hold short 189, 26.
I think you may have seen the Finnair flight, the Finnair A350 poking its head out there, getting ready to head back to Helsinki.
Good day, American 2471.
This is the flight to San Francisco, getting ready to take off. As we saw an An Airbus A319 arriving from Wichita, Kansas. That was in the foreground there briefly. Let's follow along with the Finnair. We may not see it take off from over here. I think last week it did when we were here. Last time we were here, it took off from the west side, but generally my experience is that they send it over to the east side for takeoff back to Finland. Maybe we'll get lucky. I think I see it making the right-hand turn for runway 17 right takeoff.
Hey, American 1175.
I could be wrong. I think it... Methinks it might actually be coming up here to runway 18 left. Indeed it is. Very nice.
Line from runway 18 left, Finnair 20 heavy.
Kilo cross 18 left, ground 28 on the third passenger Tuesday.
Hello.
West side, American 1009. Left, Golf 8, ground 25, American 109.
Beautiful A350. It's the 900 series. We got to see the 1000 series a little earlier today with the arrival of the Qatar flight from Doha.
R9 to depart, runway 18 left, clear for text, runway Finnair 20 heavy.
We'll be ready in about 1 minute, American 1240. Wait, 18 left, American 1240. East side. Hold short, 18 left, Whiskey Lima, American 26 comes down. Whiskey Lima, cross 20 left, ground point 85. Foxtrot Alpha, south of the bridge.
Topic departure, Connect 0 Heavy, bye-bye.
We'll slide him away, American 1240.
Fare thee well, Finnair. An amazing departure, says Matt C.
Echo Alpha, good luck with CRJ, hold short 18 left, American 2926. Red line, 28,
And a pretty sight, says Happy News. There is the big A380 British Airways jet, which is still getting turned around. It'll be probably early to mid-evening before it heads back. Jerry Frederick says, Finnair, that could be the best livery anywhere. I like, as I said earlier in the broadcast, I like that. It's one of my favorite of the modern liveries. Although I still kind of favor the liveries with the stripe down the fuselage, the so-called cheat line liveries of olden days. One of my favorite liveries was the American Airlines livery that they had before. They have now the one with the AA on the tail with the little eagle logo between the A and the A. American does still have one of those liveries that it flies that we see on a regular basis. It's one of their heritage liveries. I believe they have two American Airlines heritage liveries, that one and the Astrojet livery, which is older. And it's nice to see that one, but I like the AA one better. Still looks really good. And I don't know, I miss that. Well, we're coming to you live from, having a seat here for a moment or two, from DFW Founders Plaza at the big airport, where we been bringing you planes all afternoon. And here comes one now. Ooh. Splashdown. It's a 737-800 coming in from Santa Ana, California. American Flight 2871. In the late afternoon sun. So anyway, we're here. I don't know if you can see it behind. Yeah, you can kind of see it there behind the Runway DFW logo in the upper right-hand corner is the UPS cargo facility, which is idle on Saturdays. At least during the times we're here. Things ramp up over there a little bit on Sunday, and then it's very busy during the week, especially during the early morning and the late night hours. Hello. It has turned quiet here, though. We did see the big A380 there, the British Airways Speedbird, come in from London about, when did it come in? About an hour ago, a little more than an hour ago. And as I think I mentioned, we will not, I don't think we'll be here for its departure, but we'll hang out. Well, I think the next thing we're going to hang out for, and speaking of British Airways liveries, Peter says the Landor livery is the most beautiful of BA in history. More livery talk. Happy News says Malta Airlines has a nice scheme. Vince Las Vegas says glorious golden hour at DFW. Yes, the golden hour makes everything look just a little bit better. That was American 942 coming in from Albuquerque, New Mexico on a Airbus A321. Next arrival is going to be American Eagle Flight 40112, a Embraer 175 from Corpus Christi on the Texas Gulf Coast. We are coming to you live from DFW Founders Plaza on the northwest side of the big airport. And you can see the shadows are getting longer. There is yours truly. And here comes the flight from Corpus. The flight right behind it's going to be American Airlines Flight 1955 from San Diego, an Airbus A321. This flight we're about to see has been in the air for almost 1 hour, not quite. 58 minutes, says Flight Radar 24. The last time I went to Corpus Christi on an American Eagle plane was, it had propellers, if it tells you how long ago that was. Let me see if I think that's probably 22 or 23 years ago.
High speed here, Alpha short, 1 here, right, American 2517.
Our great moderator Gerard over in the Netherlands says, I like the Cargolux 747-8 with the cutaway livery. Yeah, we've seen that I think once or maybe twice. Richard Waters is our newest Runway DFW subscriber. Thank you, Richard. Nice to have new subscribers.
All right, whiskey. And 25 on the other side, number 4012.
Here comes the flight from San Diego, of which we spoke just moments ago.
Going to the east side. Okay, we are cleared across 18 left.
Matt C says, I miss the polished aluminum American Airlines livery. I do too, Matt C.
All right, sir, head off across 18 left and 18 right. So ground point 65 on top of the bridge, American 2517.
We'll just take a loving look at the MD-11 that's parked right across from us. We're taking a little break from its shuttling back and forth, mostly to, these planes mostly go to Louisville from here, although they do go to several different destinations. The MD-11s I'm talking about. The other planes, UPS flies the MD-11 and the 747 back and forth from Louisville. It's Worldport, its main U.S. hub. But they have a number of other flights from destinations around the country coming and going from here at Dallas Fort Worth. Michael G. Kelly says, good night from Ireland, Walt. Fantastic stream as always. Thank you for hanging out with us, Michael. As it's getting a bit late across the pond, so we're glad you could spend your evening with us. Thank you. Karen Monson says, I'm a big fan of the UPS cargo planes. Well, Karen, I hope that you will be able to catch our stream some early morning or late night, probably this week. I don't know when yet, but we always get a lot of cargo action on those streams. Barbara Teresa says, I'm a stewardess, well, a flight attendant for American Airlines. That's the politically correct term these days. I still enjoy watching planes land and take off 37 years later. I'll bet you've seen a lot of stuff. I bet you got a lot of stories to tell. Here goes American Eagle, Sky West. It's a CRJ 701 ER coming in from Loreto, which is in Mexico. And the shadows are getting longer here. But that color is just washing over the landscape here. Barbara Teresa says, a dear friend of mine is in the right seat for UPS and she will soon be in the left seat. Happy News says, UPS 747, yes, UPS has a number of, I don't know how many they have in their fleet, but we have seen two of them, at least, I know I've seen two of them parked here at various times. Jerry Frederick says, in terms of older logos, I think the AA logo is terrific, but when it comes to older liveries, not just logo, I'd opt for Easterns. Yeah, Eastern is a pretty classic look. There is an Eastern Airlines flying now, which has the rights to use that logo. In fact, they've got a number of planes. But oddly, they only have like one scheduled. Last I looked, they only have one scheduled flight, and it's only once a month. I guess they do. They do a lot of charters. I think they do a number of government charters. This is American Flight 1961 coming in from San Antonio, Texas. It's an Airbus A321.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left. RNAV B Park, Spirit Wings 1182. Thanks.
There's a bird on a stop sign.
All right, line up and wait, 1 left, American 2909.
For the most part, airports don't like birds around. I think you can understand why.
Echo Alpha, hold short, 1 left, American.
There goes Spirit Flight 1182. That one's off to Las Vegas. And as that goes out, we will see coming in American Flight 1614, I believe it is. It's arriving from the city adjacent to the bay. Our compromise shot is not going to give you a very good look at either one of them. Thought we might get one landing and one taking off simultaneously, but well, not the best of either on that one.
RNAV B Park, clear for takeoff, 1 left, American 29 on that.
Did I hear American Flight 2909 as we welcome Cool Calm Casey as our newest subscriber? Thank you to you, Casey.
We are good.
I'm cool and calm too most of the time. This is American Flight 2909. This is going to Phoenix, Arizona. And you're watching Runway DFW.
Okay, with 18 left, and Whiskey Lima, and then on the out route. Ground on the
Have
bridge,
another Dreamliner, which is deserting us for the east side. It's American Flight 2948 to Chicago, which I think will be, yeah, you'll see it here in a second,
American 2909, good day.
entering the right part of your screen. It's going to go over the bridge, over to the east side of the airport for its journey to the Windy City. Get another look at the moon. Pretty good look at the moon today. Not quite full, but pretty close. We'll reset now for the arrival of this plane, which is now coming into focus. Hello, Aviation 87. Thank you for joining us at Runway DFW. That plane was coming in from Silao in Mexico, though, the one we just saw. And it's a nice place to bring kids who may or may not have an interest in planes. Sometimes they just like to roll down the hill here or kick a soccer ball around. American Flight 2927. Where's that coming from, Walt? It's coming from Los Angeles, which is, of course, where the we had Rudy in here earlier today from the Airline Videos Live channel. And he and Kevin will be out at LAX tomorrow morning, starting at 7 a.m. Pacific time, as I recall. That's generally the start time for the big Sunday spectacular. And I know I'll be watching as much of it as I can, probably ducking in and out between chores. And we'll remind you once again that Kevin and Rudy are coming out here to DFW Airport at the end of this month now for the better part of a week of plane spotting here at Founders Plaza.
Roger, cross 28 left, 28 right on Alpha. We're parked west side.
So here comes the plane from LAX. Happy News says, shout out to Walt for his great commentary and facts. Well, thank you. And there's somebody saying I flashed a Qatar Dreamliner. Yeah, there is a Qatar Dreamliner down there. It's parked. Qatar has a couple of flights that come in every day. Is that a Dreamliner? No, that's not a Dreamliner. Did I miss another one? There goes United. Flight 10, I'm sorry, Delta Flight 1056. It's going to Salt Lake City.
Line up and wait, 28 left Delta.
Meanwhile, we've got American Flight 513. It's an Airbus A321.
We're ready.
Neo. This one's arriving from Phoenix.
Arnav, Lair and Wait, left the Yankee, clear for takeoff, next 2100.
Here comes that Delta Airbus A320. By the numbering, it looks like it used to belong to Northwest Airlines.
Sir, east side, American 513. Alpha, hold short, 18
It's kind of odd. This plane just took off from kind of way down
B Park, 18 left, clear for
the
takeoff,
runway.
1056.
You know, it didn't take up from that. Usually the planes take off from where the Delta plane we just saw took off, but this one was a little further down the runway, and it got the clearance to take off. And just as it lifts off from the end of the runway, the Delta plane starts rolling. That plane we just saw was going to Santa Ana, California. So we see that now and again. Usually in the morning or at night, we occasionally will see a big cargo plane,
American 2100.
which is probably not fully loaded, gets clearance to just take off from the middle of, maybe not the middle of the runway, but from what I guess in golf would be called the short tee, maybe? I don't know. Not a golf guy.
Thanks, yeah.
I mentioned it once on the program. I thought it was called the ladies' tee, and I think that's no longer an accepted term.
Alpha Cross 20 left, ground off base, 530.
Runway Collin County says, "Hi Walt, could not be there today. It's my dad's birthday today." Well, that's a perfect reason not to be here. I hope your dad is having a great day. I hope you are making it a great day or helping make it a great day for him. Sebastian Claveau says, "I'm going to be plane spotting at LAX tomorrow and I might meet Kevin." So I hope you'll get a chance to hang out with Kevin and Rudy. Here's a guy who's standing on the back of his pickup truck for some shots. Oh, this is a special livery. This is the Reno Air livery, I think. So it's one of the American Airlines Heritage Livery Collection. Get a nice late afternoon look at that.
Hello, American.
That was flight 665 from Montrose, Colorado.
18 left, line Boeing, American 1368.
See if we can get another glance at it from this side.
Okay, roger that. Cross 20 left, ground 25 your side.
We were talking a week or two ago about liveries which are predominantly green, and this, of course, is one from the past. We see EVA Air come in here with their cargo planes on a regular basis, and they, of course, feature green liveries, or, you know, green highlights. Karen said, "I'd seen that livery before and I like it." But Barbara Teresa says the American TWA Heritage livery is my favorite. I like that one too.
18 left, line up and wait, runway 41, 61, welcome.
You're about to see American Flight 1368. That's it there. It's going out to El Paso. American Eagle 4175.
Unable to land, clear for takeoff, runway 18 on 141.
Came in from Little Rock, Arkansas. It's just after 6 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone on Runway DFW in color from one of the world's busiest airports, DFW International Airport in North Texas. My name is Walt. I'm your plane pal, your fly guy, your aviation amigo, your man with a camera, your septuagenarian streamer. And we are here with you on this Saturday, March 4th, 2023, bringing you the planes and the stuff, and we're kind of waiting out for a 747. and we have reason to believe it's on the way.
20 left, ground.
And we have reason to believe it'll be here in this hour, so hang out with us here for some Queen of the Skies action on Runway DFW. Well, we've had a very nice afternoon. We've got lots of people hanging out with us.
Departure.
We have this coming in from Gerard. It was mealtime on an airplane. The flight attendant asked the passenger if he would like some dinner. What are my choices? The passenger asked. Yes or no, she replied. Marcelo Oliveira says, congratulations, Mr. Walt. Well, thank you. We do our best here to bring you the planes. Like this one coming in from beautiful downtown Burbank, California. 737-800 American Airlines Flight 1208. Mrs. Runway DFW often asks why I don't speak faster. I have kind of this plodding, slow delivery, which I think she finds annoying sometimes.
Arnella 18 left, over to kilometer 660.
I have to think about what I say.
Go down to Alpha, hold short 18 left, American 1208.
Chris Cotter says, hello, Walt. I am on site with you here at Founders. What a beautiful day. I do not disagree, Chris. I mean, it's dropped down a little bit from our high of, I think it was 81 we had here. It's now 72. Very pleasant, very pleasant. We're talking about the green liveries. Andrea Molson says, we did not mention Transavia in the green liveries either. Well, I've certainly never seen one in person, but yep. Let's see what we've got on tap here.
Watch number 3616, see ya.
I'm scanning the skies now to see
Left at Alpha.
what we'll be bringing you in the future minutes. All right, we have a Cargo Lux 747 coming in from Mexico City. Be here in 21 minutes. 747-400. So that is something we can all agree on, right? 747? Okay, so now we've got two coming in. So 747 from Mexico City, 21 minutes, which would put it at right around 6:30. And then we've got another Cargo Lux coming in from Anchorage, arriving in 35 minutes. So those will be the one in 35 minutes, that'll be our final flight of the day, I think, as we lose the light and our batteries dwindle. We don't have quite the resources or the personal stamina of a Kevin of Airline Videos Live to go too much longer.
Kilo clear to cross 18 left ground, 0.85 on the inside on board.
Question from Graphics and Design. Walt, is DFW near Hutto, Texas? H-U-T-T-O. I'll tell you in just a second. The name sounds familiar, but I have not ever been there. Well, Hutto is in the Austin area. Austin, Texas, which is a couple hours drive from here. Well, but maybe 4 hours drive. Maybe a 30, 45-minute airline flight. Cindy Clement says, now I can hear the peepers, a glorious sound, especially this time of year. In these parts, 2 more months. Lord Geeka says, I love your delivery, Walt. It's steady, informative, and very relaxing. I can totally chill out watching DFW. Thank you. Barbara Teresa says, I miss flying the L-1011. That plane took me to Europe and the Middle East. I love that aircraft. Yeah, that was a very nice aircraft. I guess there's only one that's left flying around, which is part of some kind of a research NASA kind of thing, as I recall. Yeah, they were very common here. I think, did American fly I knew American flew the DC-10s and MD-11s. I'm not sure about whether they flew the L-1011. I know Delta flew the L-1011. Well, Delta and the L-1011 have a history at this airport, which I guess you can look it up, but it's, it wasn't a happy part of the history of this airport. There's Frontier Flight 2111. This one's going to Las Vegas. It's an Airbus A321. What's that's on the tail, Walt? It is Midnight the Wolf. Midnight the Wolf. And as that makes a turn, in comes American Airlines Flight 1779 from Bakersfield, California. It'll be an Airbus A319, which we will zoom out. See if we can get that coming in. As we're getting ready to lose the sun here.
Pick up 18 left, going out Park 2111. How we are, sir, yeah. Bravo, hold short at 1 left, American 1779. Affirmative, ready, go, so it's connect. 20 left, my point, so it's 29. Cross 18 left at Alpha, will contact ground once you cross Alpha.
Swing around and give you a look at the sunset here. So we're getting ready to lose the light. That's looking west. Let's point our camera back to the east for the arrival of Flight 1363 coming in from Punta Cana.
After Laren, 1 inch left, 15 yards per half. Delta 18, American 1363.
We will shortly be seeing
Delta 1.
Alaska Airlines Flight 576 coming to us from Seattle.
Lima holding short, 1 inch left, American.
737-900.
Departure, good day, car 4969. Let's just take off, return 110 to forecast, start 31. Cross 18 left.
Charlie says, hey, Walt, I can see the 747 at 11,000 feet above my home in Hurst, Texas. Binoculars are being a good help.
Okay, that would be.
And so once again, we are expecting 2 Cargo Lux 747s in the next few minutes, the next 30 minutes. Libardo Miguel Cortez Ferrero says, I love USA. We are happy to hear that, Libardo. Douglas Serrano says the days are getting longer. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. It would be pitch black here just last month.
Grand 65 on the Alpha Bridge, Alaska.
We've got American Flight 696. And we will punch it up there. That's it. It's an Airbus A321. It's going out to Los Angeles.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Bob. We have the wrong frequency.
And we have an A321 Neo just about to
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, Arnett Blair.
come on in here in about 30 seconds from now. This will be coming in from San Diego, California. American Flight 332.
American 332, there's nobody behind us, not to long roll out.
So that's going to Los Angeles. Is that right? Yes. And we've got the San Diego plane coming in over my shoulder. So, well, not to the left of me. We'll see how well these this takeoff and arrival can be coordinated. Goes that. Very nice. All right, I do see the Mexico City 747, the Cargo Lux, which is about 7 minutes away, according to the radar. And then the second Cargo Lux we'll be seeing won't be too far behind that. That's coming in from Anchorage, Alaska. And I decree that that will be our final plane of the night, unless other circumstances intervene. But for right now, there's nothing taking off over here. Get one last final fleeting glimpse of our sundown. We'll just cue the sun, but not to rise this time. Making model airplane says, did that cargo from China come in yet? I haven't seen that. There was supposed to have been an Air China cargo from Atlanta. It was on the schedule, but I did not see it in the air, so don't think we'll be seeing that. Gerard says, why is mail that goes by sea called cargo and mail that goes by land called shipment? That is a very good question, Gerard. I do not know the answer to that. I know that we'll all be thinking about that. I'll be thinking about that as I drive home tonight. So our lens is trained towards the west as the sun sinks beneath the street lights. Douglas Serrano says Qatar is now taxiing, and it's due to go back to Doha. It's flight 730. This is the A350-1000 we saw earlier. And no, you're not looking at it right now. We're just talking about it. But I do see it moving. We'll flip around to that in just a second. We'll just see the last few fleeting moments of this Texas sunset. Because fortunately, there's nothing going on aviation-wise right now. At least on this side of the airport. So, adios, El Sol. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So that is a look at the western sky. We'll aim back at the eastern sky, and that's the look there. And if we didn't burn out our lens, let's get a look at the Qatar A350-1000 as it slowly moves our way. And you saw a American Airlines flight 1953 coming in from Sacramento. It looks like this may be directed up the central taxiway by the looks of it, which could indicate that we'll see it taking off from this side, which sometimes happens, sometimes doesn't. Sometimes they send it over to the east side for takeoff. Honk if you love Runway DFW. Okay, the cargo looks from Mexico City, now 2 minutes away. So don't worry, we will not miss that. Thank you for that heads up. MR.
Alpha ground 6 on the bridge. 8,
And we are at this time gonna swing around our big old lens to get as much of this first of 2 747 arrivals. Get a twin spin of cargo lux action for you here in the waning minutes of Runway DFW's Saturday edition. Chris Scott says, hello everyone. And we're glad to have you with us, Chris. So from behind those trees will come, I see it now. I see it. Queen of the skies, ladies and gentlemen. So again, that came in from Mexico City.
Tower 36 Bravo, we are ready for departure.
It is a 16-year-old 747-400 series.
Right, the lift to right, and then breaking over.
And that's touching down after a 2-hour flight from the Mexican capital. And the other one is still 18 minutes away. It'll be dark by then. And the other cargo Lux flight's coming in from Anchorage. It will have a, if the picture I see is correct, it'll have a different livery. It'll have the more red oriented livery. This one's kind of all white except for the Cargo Lux logo on the tail. And
sorry, I heard spare on the rest was unreadable. Could you say again, please, for switching Bravo?
I think, is that all we're going to see? I think it's going to turn towards us.
Before takeoff, 18 left, spare,
I don't know if we're going to see any more of it than that. That was a smooth landing, says Jonas Moorman. MRI says the Cargo Lux all-white paint job looks cool for the Queen. Yeah, it looks nice. Not, I mean, sometimes it's nice to see those all-white planes, but well, meanwhile, look at what we got coming up here. It's the Qatar A350-1000 going back to Doha, which we get to see taking off right in front of us. A nice look at that big plane.
Reaching Bravo Airport, passing 1000, back for departure. Bye.
Banking now to begin its
Hey, sir. West side, cross 18 left and Whiskey Kilo, American
long journey back to its home base in the Middle East.
0.85 on your side, American 1330, so you're gonna.
And now the question comes, do I need to switch over to my low light camera to bring you the arrival of the big 747 from Anchorage, which is still about 14 minutes out. And I'm going to guess it's going to get dark pretty quickly here. So, I think what I'll do, I'll go over to the Runway DFW mobile, and I will get the low light camera. So, I'll put on our scene, our camera that sets the scene, and you can watch me change out cameras. Okay. What do we need for that? I think we need some music. So let's go.
18 left, ground 5.
All right, everyone, I think we're back. Still have to make a few adjustments to this camera, but I think we're ready to go. It's a little overexposed right now. See how it looks. Yeah, it's definitely overexposed. Well, I'm working on that, so hang out with us for a bit as we... What am I doing wrong?
Left, oh,
I see what I'm doing. Okay. I see what I was doing wrong. That's a little better. Here's the Volaris plane we saw earlier. Mimoku.
Line up and wait, 185, shuttle 5793.
Say it's a little bit overexposed still. I have the camera preset for nighttime exposures, and I'm going to have to work on that a little bit. But as you can see, this camera, which is our
Over to the part of the
third in line camera, it does not, it's starting to go fuzzy now that the night is settling in. Okay, I think we've got a little better. That looks a little better. Okay, our next flight coming in is going to be American 2118 from Monterrey in Mexico. It's an Airbus A319. And we are waiting for the second of two Queens of the Sky, which are coming our way.
Left, line up and wait, envoy 3509.
As it gets a little dark here at Founders Plaza.
Departures today are traffic service.
So one thing about this lens that we have now, it can't go very wide as we look to the planes coming in.
Right out to B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff on boy 3509.
Chuck Tosma says Walt Hawk. Yeah, I haven't given my camera. Well, we call it camera 5 because it's approximately our 5th camera we have here. We've got two camcorders. We've got a smartphone, which you see there. We've got What else do we have? Well, we got this camera. I've got one or two. Yeah, I'm kind of glad we switched out cameras. This one's gonna do a much nicer job. Okay, so again, what we're waiting for is a big 747 coming in from Anchorage. It's kind of sort of in the vicinity. Yeah, I see it now. It's generously put at 2 minutes away by Flight Radar 24. I think it's probably more like 4 minutes, but what the heck. Here comes American Flight 3451. And I'm not sure where it's from.
RNAV to be parked, runway 18 left, 15
It's American Eagle, as you can see, an Embraer 175. So I wasn't able to tell you where that was coming from. Was I? From Daytona Beach was that last. Boy, that camera is very soft, isn't it? All right, next up is American Eagle 3570 from Pensacola, Florida. Florida, an Embraer 175.
Departure runway 4021.
Wind is picking up a little bit, and there's a kind of a chill in the air. Down to 70 runway DFW degrees. Okay, our next arrival is going to be the 747. From Anchorage on Runway DFW. Our second of the afternoon. I'm going to say that was worth it. And you know what? We'll wait for one more plane. Turkish Airlines Flight 191 from Istanbul. has been in the sky for,
Right, 250 miles, place.
12 hours and 11 minutes. And we'll follow it in whether it comes in on the west side or the east side. I may even have to dial up that. Dial up the gain there a little bit, huh? Mrs. Runway DFW says, I hear them from...
Line up and wait on boy 3345.
Kind of enhancing that sound.
Runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV Valera and Homeboy 3345.
Okay, so it does look like the Turkish Airlines flight. I think it appears to be vectoring in to runway 18 right, so we'll see what happens. I guess we're not going to see any more of this plane, right? Thought maybe it would peek out from behind that fence, but no. So as you can see, it's getting a little dark here. I see Jay in the house. Hello, Jay. We're getting close to quitting time here at the big airport. Another American Eagle Embraer 175 headed out. That one was going to Houston. It was American Eagle 3345.
Departure, good day, Envoy 3345.
Just before we see the Turkish flight come in, we're going to see an A319 arriving from Monterrey in Mexico. That was an A320, sorry. Yeah, those froggies
American 1919.
are making themselves known here this evening.
Golf 8, cross 18 left, ground 0.85, American 1919.
Okay, let's see what we're doing here. Yeah, we're going to just swing around and
Running, that's American 406.
get the Turkish flight. This is going to be a 787-9 Dreamliner coming in from Istanbul. Flight 191. Kind of an infamous flight number here at the airport. That was the Delta flight number that the L1011 that crashed back in the early 80s. So sometimes I've wondered about that, whether that is a, you know, the people who number air flights give any credence to that, or if it's just done by computers these days. We're still about, I don't know, 30 seconds away from being able to see the Turkish flight. I want to thank you all for hanging out with us today.
Cleared for takeoff, 18 left, RNAV to Laren, American 406.
Lori Zeppelina says, hello from Milwaukee. Love this channel. It makes you feel like you're there.
1 left and 13805.
Well, that's a very nice thing to say. We do take pains to try to bring you a variety of shots, like our little setup here. And that one over there of the East Tower and the planes lining up to take off. And here comes the Turkish flight from Istanbul.
Good night, American 406. RNAV Laren, 18 left, let's take off on 13805. And American 406 to departure.
We have a $10 super chat from Jay, who says, hi Walt, I've been watching for a while, but on the big screen TV. Let me reiterate that thank you. Thank you, Jay. Always good to have you in the house, and be sure to check out his fine work on his YouTube channel, where he gets all sorts of cool stuff from the greater Seattle area. We need to dial up the gain again, don't we? Well, I didn't see anything imminent that is about to happen here. So I think we're going to take this as our cue to take our leave after what for us is a marathon broadcast. Our friends over at and Xana Thompson, thank you for your subscription to our little broadcast. We'll give you the difference between our $230 camera and our nighttime camera. There you go. Not much of a comparison. As we say, Tabitha Quinn, hello, and thank you for your subscription. So this has been. Let's see, where's our music? All right, you've been watching Runway DFW live and in color from DFW International Airport in Texas. My name is Walt. We've been having a lot of fun this afternoon and evening, and we'll be back soon with more great coverage from the airport. If you're not already subscribed and liked, well, we know we like you. Maybe you'll like us too. Check out our channel, and if you do like us, please subscribe and click click on that bell so you'll know when we're going to be at you again, okay? So thank you all for watching, and we'll be back soon on Runway DFW. Thank you, everybody, and happy contrails to you until we meet again. Thank you, O'Malley, for that 787 super chat. Thanks for the epic stream. And I can't make out those icons, music, something or other. But thank you, O'Malley. Appreciate it. Oh, and I should thank all of our mods. They just did a terrific job today. They make things so much nicer on the chat. And I'm sure that you all appreciate that as well. So,
We're ready on board 3454.
tip of the Runway DFW hat to all our great mods. Thank you.
On half the team partners, 18 left, clear to take off.
Stay tuned for The Price is Right, which follows at most of these CBS stations.
We hope you liked it. Too late to change it now.
with a camera.